All right, you may be seated. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. All right, you're still under oath. Okay.
Are we on the record?
Yes.
Okay, we'll go ahead and resume the video at 1 hour and 5 minutes.
Past the bathrooms, and I was like, oh my god, that's gonna hurt somebody. I love horses, but I don't like horses because of westerns. Westerns have made me not like horses. Horses and guns just suck.
Hannah, are you a certified firearms instructor?
I don't know.
Okay. Have you ever taken like any courses or anything to become an instructor?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not really sure if that's required for this.
Yeah, and it might not be, but more just, you know, veer back.
And I'm sorry, Corporal, I myself couldn't hear what kind of an instructor you were asking her about. Can you summarize that?
Yeah, so I had asked her if she was a certified firearms instructor.
Okay, thank you.
Background and
Yeah,
your
totally.
interest in this kind of stuff.
Yeah, no, mostly just trained with my dad. My dad, like, probably wouldn't send me to go train with someone else exactly, you know.
Makes sense.
Yeah, he is kind of the industry.
So as far as the accidental discharges on set,
Can I just ask you
Okay,
to stop?
so I think when
Are we good on hearing? Okay? Okay, thank you.
October 17th,
okay.
they both occurred within 10 minutes of each other.
So they were on the same day?
They were on the same day, and it was chaotic for
Okay.
that little bit. But anyway, so I go to the bathroom. It's the first time I've been able to step off of set. I think it's like 4 or 2, maybe 3 o'clock. Finally get to step off set. I'm on the toilet, and all of a sudden I hear some screaming in my earpiece. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? And then I hear Dave say, it's okay, everyone, it's just a misfire. And I like go, what the fuck? So I run out of the bathroom with my pants halfway down. I'm running to set, trying to figure out what happened, and I walk up to set, and Sarah's like loading the guns, and I'm like, hey, like, how's it going? And she's all like, oh, good. I was like, what happened? She's like, nothing really. Can you load the one in there? And I say, okay, I'll go in there and I'll load that one, because I had been loading that Henry with that stuntman for quite some time now, probably like most of the day. So I go in there and I load it with him. I load that one with him and I tell him, all right. So I said, all right, you got about 13 quarter or half loads in there. I can't really remember what it was for that particular scene. That might have been, the actors were outside, so those were probably quarters. So I tell him you have about 13 quarter loads in there, and he said, is there one in the chamber? And I said, yes. And he said, okay. And I said, okay. So don't touch the trigger. And he was like, okay. And I walk out. And then I go up to Sarah and I said, hey, what happened? And she was like, I heard there was like a misfire, which is like the wrong terminology for it even. That's an accidental discharge. So I was like, I heard there was like a misfire or something. And she was like, yeah, I was loading it. And she's like, and it just went off. And I said, because I had to train her how to put them in and make sure that the hammer goes down gently enough. Because I asked her if she knew how to do that from Seth, and she's like, yeah, but let me just do it again a couple of times in front of you. And I saw her do it, and I was like, no. I was like, put your thumb all the way over the trigger. I mean, not the trigger, the hammer. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, you know, if you don't put it all the way over, your hands will be sweaty sometimes, and it'll slip. And so she was loading it, and I'm not exactly sure what happened. Like I said, I was in the bathroom. But guns don't just go off like that, and if you're loading it, it's most likely that you made a mistake just loading it and that the hammer came down too quick.
Okay.
And, you know, when you're in a rush, that can happen. It hasn't happened to me, but I can understand it happening. And then as soon as that had happened and I walked outside and I was asking her about that, next thing I know, boom, inside of the fucking thing, and I already told him this gun was hot. I know for a fact I did, and we were doing that scene all day, so this man knows this gun is hot. And then I go in there and I said, what the fuck are you doing in here? And he tells me, he's like, I don't know, it just went off. And I was like, well, it's a lever action rifle, and that's not really how that works, bud. You know? So, pissed him off a little bit, but I said, all right, be careful in here. Thankfully, we were doing that scene pretty much all day, so I think a lot of camera had their earplugs in, but
It was inside when it went off, though?
it was inside of this, little shack that they were in, and most of the camera crew was in there at the time.
Okay.
Yeah, so that one was inside, and then there was also a popper misfire with special effects.
Okay.
Yeah, and that was the day that we first started shooting and everything. We had pretty good luck with that. Every time, we got done with the scene, I count all the shots. So I know if there's still a hot gun on set. So I was looking for that, and most of the time I would just run to the actor and be like, don't touch it, it's hot still.
Okay.
Yeah.
As far as when Sarah's gun went off, is that possible if you, drop the hammer too quickly that it can discharge?
Yeah, totally. And
Without
it was
pulling the trigger?
no, that happens.
Okay.
Well, see, that's the thing. No, so you have to pull the trigger in order to bring that hammer all the way down, So you have your finger on the hammer, and in order to get the hammer to release back to a position where the person could grab it and do the scene, you have to touch the trigger and slowly lower the hammer down. If you touch the trigger, it'll just send the hammer down. So if your finger isn't there to stop it while you're loading it, it's going to come down and shoot it.
So now I understand why that can,
Everybody
has said that it happens often, this kind of stuff. So
That totally can happen often, and it's just because ultimately you do have to lower down that hammer again in order to start the scene. You can't, give it to the actor, cocked back and everything, So, yeah, and it's the same with a lot of, even my 22, I have to do that as well, I'll bring it back, there's, a little piece that stays back, and unless I hold that and slowly release it while holding my trigger, that would go off, too.
Interesting.
So even my Walther P.
I don't know a whole lot about revolvers.
And that's just my Walther P22. That's not a revolver. That's just a regular, magazine.
In order to load these, does the hammer have to be back?
It has to be half-cocked,
Okay.
yeah.
Interesting.
So, yeah, and then you have to bring it back all the way, or, you can bring it back from a half-cock, kind of, but it helps to bring it back all the way and just bring it down slowly.
Okay. After both of those accidental discharges, what happened?
So, this day is kind of when Sarah and I butt heads. Because ultimately, after hers, I was livid. And then after that one, I was, furious. And so I tell her, I was like, no, dude. I was like, what just happened? And, I'm getting heckled by the fucking stuntman at this point. I said, no, dude, that, wasn't okay. We need to talk to production about this because a lot of people are probably pissed about that because it happened within 10 minutes of each other, two of them. And I was like, oh, my God. I literally screamed out, what the fuck is happening? So I told Sarah, I was like, hey, we should probably talk to production about that. And, Sarah is embarrassed at this point. She's shaking. Her face is, pretty mad. And she's not really responding to me too much. I said, well, you did that while loading it. And I was like, so I'm not sure if people are going to want you loading the guns anymore. And she was like, well, yours just went off in there after you loaded it. And I said, yeah, well, I can't be responsible for every dickhead fucking stunt guy that gets a hold of the gun and doesn't understand the concept that it's hot.
Right.
And she was like, all right, well, so we'll go ahead. So I was like, we need to talk to production. I'll let you talk to them. I'm not trying to get us in trouble here. I'm just saying, we need to mind this because a lot of people are probably pissed. And the next thing I know, I get a text from Seth. So she was there. She was, mad, angry texting. And I thought she was probably talking to the producers. And the next thing I know, I get a text from Seth. And Seth tells me, Sarah told me about her accidental discharge. It was an accident. Accidents happen. You need to get over it. And I said, get over it. I was like, what are you talking about? I said, I'm not making a big deal about this. I was like, I'm not going to production to rat on her. I don't know what the fuck you're going on about.
So there was nobody from production in the area that...
I think there was people from production in the area. I think there were like two, the regular chubby producer, he was there, and I think Nathan might have even been there.
And nobody...
They were there a lot. No one said anything. Sarah apologized on the spot, I guess. I didn't really apologize for that because I'm just trying to figure it out at this point, and I don't know what that guy did.
Who was the stuntman?
I don't even know his name. I think his name was Blake. Yeah, they also didn't have me train him at all with the gun, and he's Alex's stunt double, mind you. So, you know, Alex's stunt double. So he probably should have at least been trained, but also, Alan, the stunt coordinator, was like, all my guys know what the fuck they're doing, so don't worry about them. So, yeah, didn't get to work with that guy. And back to, like, the set thing, I went up to Sarah about it, and I was like, hey, I texted her, and I was like, I'm sorry if you thought I was trying to start problems about this. I was just trying to say that we should tell production because I don't want, like, I wouldn't be surprised if we both got fired for that. I wouldn't, like, you know, we need to make sure that everyone still feels comfortable after that. And she said, she said, no, I understand. I contacted Gabby and Ro about it, and I went ahead and told Seth, and I apologized to everyone on the spot, and I think they're going to just move past this and move by it. And I was like, okay, cool, as long as you contacted the producers.
Okay. But you didn't ever see her actually contact them?
No, I didn't. And also, at that point, I had already pissed her off, and she went to Seth about it, so I wasn't going to fuck with that anymore, and I just let her handle it.
Okay.
Because ultimately,
she... yourself?
No, because she was my boss and already was yeah.
Okay. To your knowledge, do you know of any reports being made about those?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Yeah, I have been wondering recently if she did talk to them, and no one from production talked to us about it, which I thought was pretty weird. You know, like, no one even said, like, all right, guys, like, you know, get your shit together. Like, no one said anything to us, at least to me directly.
Was, so when Sarah's went off, what happened? Did you take the gun after that, or what happened with it after?
After that, you know, we just had to keep loading it for the stunt guys, and ultimately, after hers went off, I didn't exactly have the option. We had 3 people that needed to be loaded right then.
Okay.
So I didn't exactly have the option to take Sarah off of guns that day, and also she is my boss, so I'm not allowed to take her off of guns. Yeah, she does continue to load.
Okay. Even after that?
Yeah.
After her discharging. Who unloaded them that day?
Unloaded them from the blanks?
Yeah.
Both of us.
Okay.
Yeah, and we unload them as we get them in from the actor as soon as they're done doing the scene.
You and Sarah, though?
Yeah. Pretty much any big gun battle in this entire thing, we were both loading and unloading the guns.
Okay. What about the special effects, that squib or whatever that went off?
It was like a popper. I'm not sure if they had a squib go off. I never saw that. It's like a popper. It's like a thing that hangs from the ceiling, and it's filled with, like, little debris and things like that. But they were all supposed to go off for a scene, and one didn't go off. And then, like, maybe 2 minutes after the scene, it just, like, randomly went off, and people were like, oh, shit. But we were outside, so it wasn't too bad, you know?
Were you present so you weren't present when it went off?
The popper?
Yeah.
I was present.
Okay.
I was outside, and I was a little, like, maybe 20 feet away from it.
Okay.
I wasn't directly on the porch, so a lot of people on the porch were obviously freaked out, but I was pretty far away.
Okay. Do you know if any reports were made for that one?
For that popper? Oh, I have no idea. I don't, especially if it's not my department, I wouldn't really know about it. I didn't make any reports.
And I just want you to confirm, were guns ever taken out after hours, on lunch, on days off?
These guns absolutely were locked up every single moment that me and Sarah were not there, to my knowledge.
Okay. Going
And
back.
then including lunch every day.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then going back to that accidental discharge with Sarah, I know you said that you weren't there, you were in the bathroom.
Yes.
Um,
I was there for the second one
okay.
with the stuntman.
And is it okay for you to walk off when they have?
It's
Like,
okay.
news?
Sometimes, you know, like I said, we were doing a lot of gun battles that whole entire day, and ultimately there was only 2 people shooting at the time, and I told Sarah, I was like, I need to use the bathroom right now or I'm literally going to piss my pants. And I told Dave that I was going to the bathroom too. So if I tell them I step off, and they know that.
Okay.
Because ultimately, you know, you can't hold it sometimes.
Right.
Yeah. And it really sucked that day too, because the bathrooms were like far as shit.
All right. We're gonna go give you the incident, okay? Okay. So the box of ammo that you pulled from that day.
Yeah. Box of dummies.
Right. Where did you pull that box from?
So that box, it was kind of peculiar actually. Now that I've thought about it a little more. Because we had been looking for the 45 long Colt dummies, and we hadn't had a lot of them because, like I said, we used up a lot of mine at the beginning, if not all of them. And so we had to order some 4440s, which are kind of a similar size. And then we did get some 45 long Colts a little before that, probably before that weekend. And we put pretty much all of that entire box in Travis Fimel's gun belt.
Okay.
Yeah. And then, so this box, I hadn't been aware of any more long Colt boxes and everything. And this box was kind of just sitting right next to my safe on like this kind of extra bag that I bring to carry guns in.
Okay.
Yeah, and so I thought it was kind of weird. Looking back at it now, it was kind of just like sitting on top of my stuff. And considering the prop truck got moved over the weekend, I don't know like how easily that would have stayed up there.
And this box was there in the morning. Can you elaborate on that when you get there? Because I think it's a significant issue.
Right.
Yeah.
So this wasn't one of the original boxes that were provided, though?
No, and it was weird. I think it just said dummies on it. Like,
Okay.
nothing else. I saw just the word dummies on it, from what I could remember. Which is not the regular font I'm used to seeing on it either.
And it's propped up in your bag.
Yeah. It's propped up in my bag, you know, just like sitting on top of stuff, like not falling over in the bag, you know, because it was on top of something, so like it seems weird that it wouldn't have fallen over while moving.
Do you remember which bag it was?
It was like, it was either above a Smith & Wesson bag. I don't know if you guys saw that. It's like it says Smith & Wesson, and I marked it out with Sharpie so that way people wouldn't rob my car. And then there's another black bag that I had too. They were both like there were 2 black bags kind of usually stacked on top of each other.
Okay, so the box that you pulled out of that day, though, was on that bag?
Yeah.
Okay, and...
It was just kind of sitting up there, and I remember I was like looking for, you know, blanks to pull, dummies to pull, and I saw that box, and I was like exclaimed, and I was like, where the fuck did this like box of dummies come from? I was like, have we had this the entire time? I was like, we've been needing these.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Nicole just laughed, and I don't really remember if Sarah was there or not, but I said like, oh, well, whatever, at least we have them now. Put them on the cart, and they went out with us.
Okay.
And as I picked them up, they were jingling. So that indicates that they were dummies.
Okay. Had you seen the box prior to that point?
I hadn't really noticed that box prior to that point, but I think I had noticed a box that looked similar to it that we had gotten those newer ones from. And I think I remembered like a box similar to that. And it might have been the same box even.
Okay.
This was maybe, because we didn't put those dummies back in there though, but that's the only other box that looked like that box.
Okay.
Was one of those newer boxes that we got. And I think it just said like, just dummies on it.
Corporal, based based on your understanding of dummy rounds and how an armorer would check dummy rounds, based on your investigation, is it possible to determine that every round in a box is a dummy round if you just shake the entire box?
No.
Because if you just shake the box, how can you tell?
I mean, yeah, you could more than likely hear some of them jingling, but it wouldn't be, feasible to point out that every single one of those had BBs in it.
So, based on your interaction with Ms. Gutierrez during this part of the interview, I just want to be clear. Was it your impression that she claimed that this was a box she'd never seen before?
Yeah, that's what she stated.
So it was a box she'd never seen before and she just decided to grab it and start loading guns with it
Yes.
after shaking the entire box?
Yes.
Not each round, the box itself.
Correct. Just the box.
All right.
No lettering, anything of the sort?
No lettering or anything like that. I think I just saw the word dummies.
Okay. It doesn't say caliber on it?
I don't believe it did. It might have said long quote on the other side. I don't really remember.
Okay.
LC, maybe.
All right.
I don't know.
So, at the beginning of the day, before lunch, how many guns were pulled out?
Okay. Can I have like a piece of paper or something? Just because like there's a lot of people in this,
Yeah, I have some probably a few.
There we go.
I'm like, I feel like you're running out of paper.
Right there.
All right, so there's Alec Baldwin's character. This is Russ. Jensen's character, Woods, Drum, and we have Miller over here. And so these are the ones that were being used today. And also, I think Boone was coming in later that day, but I don't think we pulled his gun. So check this out. Miller has 2 pistols and a long rifle. There we go. Rust has a pistol, a long barrel one, different than everyone else's really. Long barrel. And he also has a Henry rifle. So at this point, that's like 3 guns, 4, 5. And then Wood has a gun, and he also has a long gun. So that's another pistol and another rifle. Oh wait, he has a shotgun, my bad. And the Drum also has a shotgun and a pistol.
Okay. And those were all prior to lunch?
These are all prior to lunch, yes. So I think that's a total of 1, 2, 3, 5 pistols and
2 rifles and a shotgun.
4 long guns, 2 shotguns.
Okay.
And if you would like, that's yours.
You might need that.
Okay.
Well, we can illustrate a little more, so keep it.
Cool.
Were they loaded?
Prior to lunch?
Yeah.
So what you have to understand about before lunch is that we were at another location for half of the day before lunch, and then we had gotten done with that location and we moved up to the church.
Okay.
Right? So during the day, at the beginning of the day, none of those were dummied up at all because the shot was so wide. You just wouldn't see it.
So there was nothing in these?
There was nothing in these until we got to the church.
Okay. But still prior to breaking for lunch?
Yes, still prior to breaking to lunch. So if you had to break up the day like that, you could split like before lunch into 2 things. One where we were somewhere else entirely and nothing was dummied up, and after that we were in the church and things started to get dummied up, but weren't dummied up right away.
Okay. So then which ones of these were loaded prior to lunch? Yes.
Okay. Wood dummies prior to lunch, Wood and Drum's pistols were dummied up. Sarah helped me dummy those up.
Okay.
And a little later on, the camera started getting in on Russ, and so Russ got his dummied up maybe an hour and a half before lunch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything with Miller?
Miller was not in there.
Okay.
Yeah, so Miller's character was coming later in the day. Yeah, so he wasn't in the church at all. So honestly, I'm pretty sure that we put away his 2 pistols and his long rifle for a good proportion before lunch, because we always try to put them away as we're not using them and lock them up.
Okay. So the only ones dummied up though are the pistols.
Yeah, 3 pistols. And they should have both been used at the time of the incident. Like, they were both, all 3 of those were out there.
Okay. So who loaded what gun?
Sarah and I loaded woods and drums. I don't really remember who they are, identical guns, so you wouldn't really know.
Okay.
And then Rust, I dummied that one up.
Okay.
Yeah,
And all with dummy rounds.
all the dummy rounds, yeah. And we were shaking them and checking them as we did it, yeah. And then some of them didn't have to be shaked, but yeah.
And why didn't they have to be?
They didn't have primer caps on them. And sometimes I accidentally still, like, shake the ones with holes in them, just thinking that they're going to shake, and then I, like, realize. Yeah, that's the only time where I've ever, like, thought there was a bad one, is, like, when I shake it and I don't hear anything, and then I realize, I'm like, oh, it's the ones that don't shake.
Can you recall when you loaded, whichever ones you loaded, what specific rounds you put in this?
Yes, okay. So, for the Rust pistol, the wooden drum, I don't exactly remember those, you know. I think most of those, not exactly sure what was up with those. But for the Rust one, I remember I had 4 of them without primer caps,
Okay.
because I always try to use those ones ultimately. I have 4 of them without primer caps, and then I grabbed some dummies from that box, and I, like, brought them in there, and I was walking in with his belt right here, and I'm walking in holding the 4 no primer cap ones and some extra ones too, and there were 2 that, like, could have been shaken, so I'm shaking them both as I walk in, and I put the 4 no primers in there. And then I, like, look at my hand, and I notice there's one with a hole in the side. So I use that one next. And then I try to put one of the ones that shook in there, but it won't go in. And so at that point, I show Dave, I leave that one out because I notice, like, that needs to be cleaned. So I leave it out. I move the cylinder to a location.
Corporal, when you were in the room interviewing Ms. Gutierrez, did she physically demonstrate that she was shaking 2 dummies at one time?
Yes.
Thank you.
Where you wouldn't notice that one isn't in there. Yeah. So I move it to where you wouldn't be able to see that, and then I go ahead, I show Dave. He watched me do it too that time. This is before lunch, and I walk out after handing it and showing it to Alec too.
Okay. So before breaking for lunch, there was only 5 rounds in that gun.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I proceeded from that one that wouldn't go in. I just set it on the cart after that.
Okay. The 4 that you got without the primer,
Yeah.
where were those pulled from?
Those were pulled from my pocket.
From your pocket?
Yeah.
Okay. So the other 2 were pulled from that box.
Corporal, when you interviewed Ms. Gutierrez on October 21st, she had some dummy rounds in her pocket, correct?
Yes, she did.
Do you remember how many she had?
She had 5, I believe.
And do you recall how many of those didn't have primer caps?
I believe 4 of them had the holes, but I don't remember how many didn't have primer caps.
Okay. I may ask you on a break to go back and review that, or I'll try to find it for you. Is it your understanding on October 21st, when you interviewed her, that the dummy rounds that she pulled out of her pocket were rounds that she had taken out of the gun?
No.
All right. So in addition to what she is describing to you now, apparently she had 5 additional dummy rounds in her pocket.
Yes, she did.
All right.
Yeah.
Do you remember about what time you loaded these guns?
Not exactly. I would maybe guess like 10:30 for Russ, maybe 10. And then for the other two, they were loaded like maybe 30 minutes before that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still fairly early.
Yeah, pretty early in the day. Starts super early.
When you broke for lunch, none of the rounds were taken out of any of these guns.
No, none of those were taken out. We just put them in the socks and we brought them to the truck. And from there, we put them into the safe.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the safe loaded with him.
With the dummies, yeah.
Yeah.
Still
Yeah,
dummied
that's
up.
what I mean, but
Yeah. Just so we're clear, yeah, just with the dummies.
Okay. And the other two guns were full.
Yeah, the other two guns still were dummied up, yeah.
Okay. So who physically put these back in the safe?
I'm pretty sure Sarah was doing it at the time, and I was kind of just down on the ground, like, handing them up to the prop truck because I had a really bad headache.
Okay.
Yeah, so I didn't try to climb up there or anything because my head was, like, pounding.
And did you guys take them to the truck with the cart, or did you just carry them?
We just carried them.
Corporal, did Ms. Gutierrez tell you that she was, on October 21st, her head was pounding?
Yes.
She indicated she had a headache?
Yes, she did.
And just to be clear, the interview that we're watching right now, this interview was done less than 3 weeks after Ms. Hutchins died.
Yeah, this one was on November 9th.
Thank you.
We left the cart there at lunch.
And was all the ammo in that cart?
Yeah.
And was there some in the truck still?
Yeah, there's always going to still be, like, blanks in the truck because we wouldn't ever need to bring all of them out,
Okay.
you know.
How many boxes do you think were left on that cart?
On the cart, I would guess, like, maybe, I had some shotguns, I would guess maybe 10 boxes.
All on the bottom, or?
On the bottom. On the bottom, and then there was, the dummies on the top that we were taking from.
Okay, so just one box on the top.
I think just one box on the top. I might have been preparing some things beforehand and dumped some quarter loads into my fanny pack or whatever and left a box up there that was empty.
Okay. All right, so after lunch, who took the guns out of the safe?
After lunch, not really sure. Don't really remember that too much.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it would have been
One of
you or Sarah, right?
Yeah, me or Sarah.
Okay.
Yeah, like I said, I kind of had a headache and I was like getting over it, so.
And they were all still in the socks?
They were all still in socks, yes.
How do you know which ones to pull? If they're all
We leave the handles out,
of the guns?
yeah.
Okay.
And then also I set them, so normally like there's a bulk of them up on the very top. I'll kind of set them on like the sides where the rifles like heads go if I need to access them quickly. And then there's, if you saw the gun safe, there's also like holsters on the side. So we would usually put Jensen and Swin wooden drums guns over there because they're the two sheriffs and they go together.
Okay.
And then we would just put Russ' gun like kind of below all the other guns too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you pulled them back out, did you guys check the rounds in them?
We didn't, we brought them to set
Okay.
as they were in the socks still.
Okay. Were they ever reopened?
The guns?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not too sure. I reopened the Russ gun. I'm not sure about the wooden drum.
Okay.
Sarah was mostly working on propping those guys up. The Russ gun I opened up after lunch because I remembered that it was dirty, and I remembered that I was like, all right, we're about to start shooting out of it. So I go and I put the little cleaning guy that I have, I open it up, put the cleaning guy through, take one out of the box, shake it. And at this point, after I had put the cleaning guy through, Dave's in my ear and he's like, hey, we need the gun in here. And I'm like, okay. So I start to bring the gun in there, shake it, put it in as I'm walking in, and then I bring it to Dave. I show Dave, like, all of the cylinder, and then I tell him it's dummied up, and I say, all right. Oh, yeah, and he's like, it's okay, it's just, he's, like, getting talked to at this point, by the way, too, by Helena and Joel, and he's sitting there, and he's like, can you just hand me the gun because I'm going to sit in with it? And I said, okay, and I showed him it, and then I walked out after showing it to him and handing it to him. So he was just supposed to be sitting in with it.
Okay. So you clean it, but then grab another round from that box.
Yeah.
You didn't pull one because you said that you had put it on the cart.
Yeah, I didn't pull that same one.
Okay. Any issues when you put that round in that time?
No.
Okay.
And I think it's because it was clean.
So would you say it's your responsibility to check the guns after they come back out?
They come back out?
Like when they were brought back out from lunch?
Yeah, it's my responsibility to check them into the actor as they go out to the actor.
So not to check the rounds again?
I wouldn't really check it unless it was going to set.
But it did go to set?
Yeah, it went to set and I checked it with Dave.
Okay. Did you do any other, I know that you have different processes for checking these guns. Did you do any other check on that gun?
I did some barrel obstruction check too, also, because, while that round was in there, you're able to pull the hammer back slightly, look down the barrel and see if there's anything in the barrel for that. So I did a barrel check on that gun.
And did you see anything at that point?
No.
Okay. That round that you pulled out of the box.
Corporal, do you understand the description that Ms. Gutierrez gave of how she was able to do a barrel check?
That she pulled the hammer back a little bit to check it.
Did she indicate, and I'm sorry, if you recall, did she indicate whether or not there was a dummy or whether the cylinder was loaded with dummies?
She didn't indicate at that point.
Okay. If a revolver cylinder is loaded with anything, can you see down the barrel?
I'm not too sure.
Okay.
The last one that you loaded,
Yeah.
what did that look like?
It looked like the dummies that don't have the hole in the side or anything.
Okay. Did you notice anything different about any of the rounds that went in?
No.
Because you said that you spun it with Dave, right?
Yeah, I spun it with Dave.
Okay. And you didn't notice anything different?
No, I didn't notice anything different.
And 4 out of those...
I was also getting talked at with Dave and everything, and I'm just mostly trying to show it to Dave.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean...
while also looking at it, yeah.
Makes sense. But the 4 of them still had the depressed primers?
Yes.
Okay. And then the 2 didn't?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you think someone would potentially put live ammo on?
Corporal, what's your understanding of, after the incident, where the gun was unloaded?
So in Hannah's interview, she said that Dave Halls had brought that revolver over to her, and she had checked and unloaded that weapon over the prop cart.
And have you seen photos of those rounds that were taken from the prop cart?
Yes.
Do you know, are there 4 dummy rounds with depressed primers?
I believe there was.
Thanks.
I mean, the same way you would put the dummies or the blanks in there, opening it up and putting it in there.
Okay. And you're talking about the dummy boxes?
What? Yeah.
The box from that morning?
What do you? So I'm saying, like, you would, if you wanted to load this with a live, potentially, you would just pull it back half cock and put it in there.
I don't know if you
But-
understood her question.
I don't think I am.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so, but you said that you loaded each and every one of those rounds. So
Yeah.
how would you say that a live round got in this box that you pulled from?
I'm not entirely sure if someone put a live round into that box or not. I checked those to the best of my abilities. I was walking in, shaking it in my ear, and I thought I heard it shake for sure.
When do you think somebody would have had the opportunity to put a live round?
You know, it's hard to speculate on that exactly, but, you know, that gun, it was on Alex most of the day, and then also it was on top of our cart sometimes too, and there were times when I was gone to the bathroom, you know, and like I said, I gotta pee, you know. And I tell the girls to watch the cart and everything, but sometimes the girls get distracted by the actors.
You need to elaborate on the box, because you're missing that part of the question.
Okay.
Of how that could have gotten in that box.
So, I mean, honestly, that box was sitting out all day. And when I picked up that box, I heard it jingle. Like, the whole box jingle. So that, to me, was saying, like, you know, this is a box of dummies, you know. Still check everyone for the jingle. But, so definitely some of those were 100% dummies, you know, and I don't know, someone possibly could have done something at lunch. The box could have already had some live one in it in the morning, and you probably wouldn't have noticed, unless you picked it up. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure when that could have got in there, and honestly, it could have been in there from the beginning of it.
Okay. Where was the prop cart?
The prop cart, so that's another thing. The prop cart, like, moved significantly after the incident.
What, I mean, I'm not, everything.
Well, the statement that Ms. Gutierrez just made, that the prop cart had moved significantly after the incident, is that consistent with what she told you on October 21st?
No.
I moved after the incident. So
Yeah. Okay.
that's not really,
All right, cool.
you know, of a concern, but during lunch.
So during lunch, it was still in the same spot where I told you guys, you know, front of the church, the doorway here, your guys' squad car over here that I was sitting in, my little cart over here next to a black tent.
This makes it easier for you.
Well,
That was actually how you do that.
Stop. Yeah, so about over here. And there also was a black truck there earlier that day.
Okay.
So I'm right by that black tent.
Okay.
A little behind it because I don't want people, you know, touching it.
Okay. So cart's there prior to you guys leaving for lunch, and it's in the same spot.
And Corporal, how about the detail about the black truck? Is that something that was pointed out to you on the 21st, or is that new?
That's new.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Where was the prop truck? Or is it that truck that's there?
The prop truck, whew. The prop truck is, the prop truck's like all the way over here.
So down at like the end of the town.
Yeah, down at the end of the town, like way over there. Right when you, as soon as you get in those gates, next to the gallows, it's across from the gallows.
I'm like, there's a couple more views.
Okay,
there,
cool.
which might help, might not help, but
Yeah.
that's the search.
I was like, what the
Without
fuck is
all
that?
the Google Maps.
I was like, what the hell? Anyway,
So way down at the other end though.
yeah, it would be,
Corporal, do you recall what photograph you're handing her?
Yeah, so I'm not sure who took these photographs, but we were able to locate some aerial views online of the rust set, which is what I was showing her there.
Thank you.
that's why we kind of keep a lot of the stuff on us because they don't like to move the prop truck, especially closer to the stuff, so it was pretty far away. You remember where you took me to the bathroom?
Yeah.
Past that.
So that's the like very
Yeah, it was
in town.
right like when you would maybe get pull up and like the vans are there to take people,
Yeah.
that's where the prop truck usually stays.
So you guys have to pull guns from way down there and then bring them all the way.
Yeah.
I don't know, I think it's a pretty good distance.
It's a pretty good distance, and then that's why we also didn't want to bring the cart all the way back to the prop truck.
So it got left by that tent.
Yeah.
Nothing was too different about it after.
Nope, and we had done this a couple of times especially on like big shooting days and everything, just because we are out there like in the boonies with like sticks, snakes, all that crazy stuff, and big rocks, so yeah, a few times we just left it there during lunch.
Who all uses that cart?
Just me, Sarah, Nicole, props.
That's it, though.
Yeah, that's it for the cart. Usually people will try to set their stuff on there and I quickly shoot them away.
Okay.
Some people still like to put their stuff on it to rile me. But yeah.
Is it more in a joking manner? Or?
I don't know. They just like, they know I don't like them to do it and they still do it anyways and, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, it's common to leave it out
Yeah.
when you guys break for lunch.
Mhm.
What about at night?
At night, we bring the cart in at night.
And where does it go?
It goes in the truck.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this day, there's obviously ammo on it
Mhm.
when it was left out.
Yes.
Okay. All right, after lunch, how many guns came back to set?
Okay. I'm pretty sure because we were getting into the nitty-grits of it, you know, we were about to start shooting indoors, and ultimately, we weren't going to be seeing the horses outside, so I didn't bring the 2 shotguns. I brought one of the shotguns of wooden drums. And so here's the thing about that day. I was bickering with the stunt coordinator all day because he wanted to shoot 2 pistols before every shot just to make smoke and everything in front of the camera. And I was like, no, that's just like extremely uncommon. And he was like, well, we did it on dead for $1. And I was like, no, that we're not doing that. But I brought a shotgun in case, like, you know, we could just do one big one if the director really wanted it. But we weren't planning on really doing it. It was just more of Joel, like, pushed for it. So we only brought the rust pistol, the drum pistol, and the wood pistol, and then also a shotgun.
Okay, and you guys pulled all 4 of those out at the same time?
Yeah.
Did anybody have to go back for anything?
I know that I think I brought him there, and then I immediately went to the bathroom after before we started getting into stuff.
Okay.
So I brought them to the set, and then I immediately had to go pee.
Did you already give Dave the gun?
No. At this point, no one had asked for the guns yet, and they were just supposed to be on the cart.
Okay. Did
In the
anybody
socks.
stay with Cart?
I told Sarah and Nicole, too.
Okay.
Yeah.
And were they still there when?
Sarah was flirting with Jensen, and I don't really remember if Nicole was nearby, but Sarah was pretty close to the cart still. Yeah.
All right. So 3 pistols, 1 shotgun. Nobody went back to the truck for anything.
I'm not entirely sure. I don't think I went back to the truck, and I don't think Sarah sent Nicole back to the truck. Like I said, I went to the bathroom, and I didn't really.
But no other guns were pulled out
No.
besides those 4.
They shouldn't have been pulled out, no.
Okay. What time did you come back from lunch?
I'm not entirely sure. Usually our lunch goes from 12:30 to like 1:30-ish.
Okay. What time frame do you think there was between when you guys came back from lunch to you pulling the guns back out?
Coming back from lunch, you know, we get in the vans from base camp, so we probably take 5 minutes getting from the base camp to the set, and then from that point, we hop right off of the thing, and we grab the guns and everything, and we go straight over.
Okay.
Especially because, like, you know, you don't want to be late.
All right. So did you grab the cart, take it back to prop truck, or did you just carry the guns?
We just carry from when we came back from lunch,
Mhm.
we just carried the guns to the cart.
Okay.
Yeah, because we brought them there from the cart, brought them back from the truck to the cart after lunch.
Okay. And then who carried what guns?
I'm not exactly sure. They were still in the socks, you know.
You'd know if you'd carry a shotgun compared to a pistol, though, right?
Yeah, totally. Maybe Nicole was holding a shotgun and I had a pistol and Sarah had two.
Okay.
Or maybe someone's holding, like, we all kind of just had to hold, like, gun belts, props, you know, not to mention, like, badges and things like that. So
You're just carrying them.
we're just all trying to carry all the shit that we have to bring every time.
Okay. So, how long would you say, so you guys went straight from the prop truck, took him to the cart,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay, and then obviously you have to take all these socks and everything off these guns. Who took them off?
So, like I said, I went to the bathroom at this point. I'm not really sure if Sarah had started doing anything else from that point. All I remember is that I remembered the rust gun was dirty, and so I grabbed the rust gun, took it out of the sock, and proceeded to do the whole cleaning thing I told you about.
Okay. All right.
Which I thought it was pretty weird that, like, they immediately needed the gun in there, like, that quickly after lunch. Usually things take a little while for camera to get set up and everything, you know?
Okay. You cleaned the gun, put that last round in it, and then how long would you say that took?
Like 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where does the gun go after that?
Excuse me. So the gun after that walks in with me and it goes to Dave. Try to show it to Dave. Dave's getting talked at.
Inside or outside of the church?
Inside. He's sitting in the pew, and I think he's supposed to be Rust or someone. And from what I understood, it was just supposed to be a shot where, like, he's sitting there with the gun ready. And then also Dave was just sitting in with it, and then I was going to come back in whenever Alec got there. But Alec got there and no one called me in.
Okay.
So I wasn't able to do that last check before Alec got it because I had no idea that the gun had been handed off. And also the video village, due to the camera crew quitting that day, wasn't working. So I had no way to see in there.
Okay. So you opened the gun for Dave
Mhm.
to do the check,
Mhm.
inside or outside of the church?
Inside.
Okay.
It was open already because, you know, I put it in there and I walked in putting it in and I just left it open rather than
And
closing
what did
it.
that check consist of?
The check consists of me spinning the cylinder for Dave and telling him that it was gummied up.
All right. Did that gun go to anyone else? Is that, you know, did it go, because obviously it was in the sock. Did anybody else have a handle on that gun?
After lunch?
Mm-hmm.
Not that I could tell. Yeah.
Okay. Did Nicole ever handle the gun? Rust's gun?
She handled it the day before, just like brought it down to me from the cart.
Okay.
Yeah.
But not the day of the incident?
No.
All right. So you give it to Dave, and then where do you go at that point?
I give it to Dave, and I step outside because we're about to start shooting, and I was getting, like, all my stuff ready. And also, he was
What do you
just,
mean by getting your stuff ready?
getting my fanny pack filled up, and, you know, getting my pockets, like, lined with different types of blanks and everything, because I have a pocket system where all the halves go on one side, all the quarters go over here. This is my dummy pocket, and yeah, and these are my empty pockets, and sometimes I use my butt pockets if I need to. So, like, Sarah, usually I would just set my fanny pack up for her, even though I like to have both on me because Sarah doesn't understand the importance of pockets. But, so I would set that up for her, and I would start getting my pockets and everything ready.
So it's pretty common for you to put stuff in, like, your pants pocket, right? That's what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Common to put mostly blanks in there, yeah. And then also some trash, you know. I can't exactly just throw trash around and you eat stuff, so it's just a lot of pockets. So that's why I like those pants. You can, yeah.
So you hand the gun to Dave, and then did you see what he did with it at that point?
At that point, he was just sitting in with it and not moving it at all.
Holding it.
Just holding it.
Okay.
And his finger wasn't in the trigger guard or anything.
Obviously this gun goes in Alec's bandolier, does cross-draw with it.
Yeah. Which I was already worried about that because he hadn't really trained with that much.
Okay.
Yeah, I texted his assistant the night before and wanted to make sure that he was comfortable with that, but they said that he was fine and that, yeah, they were going to figure it out and stuff, so.
Do you have that text message still?
Yeah.
We do have that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. So he was just sitting with it. Obviously it's not in a holster.
No.
Did you see when he handed it to Alec?
No, I was outside.
Okay.
Yeah, it didn't seem like that much time had gone by. I think I was outside for maybe like 10 minutes after I had handed it off to Dave.
That the incident happened?
Yeah.
Or?
Before, yeah, and then the incident happened like 10-15 minutes.
Okay. So you take it into the church and give it to Dave. Did you ever make an announcement about it being a cold gun or anything of the sort? What did you explain to Dave?
I told Dave, I said, the gun is dummied up.
Okay.
From lunch.
All right. Let's go back to this little guy right here. Where were you standing?
When it happened?
Yep.
I was at my cart.
You were at the cart when it happened?
Yeah. I think we had moved it up ever so slightly from that point. A little closer, or maybe it was back there and that truck had just moved, actually. I'm not really entirely sure. But yeah, I was right there, and I was getting my stuff ready.
Was this scene eventually supposed to contain, and I'm going to say live fire, I know it's not, but like blank fire?
The scene, what we had been doing all morning was supposed to lead up to the scene that we were supposed to be doing blank fire in, but this particular shot was not.
Okay. But eventually it would have gotten to that point, pretty much.
Yeah.
All right. After the incident, I know that you had explained that you ran inside.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the incident occurred, and I kind of didn't really flinch at it even, and Sarah said, "What was that?" And I said, "I don't know." And Sarah said, "Was that the gun?" And I said, "There's no way that could be the gun." And then, next thing you know, I hear in the earpiece, set medic emergency, and I'm like, oh, what the hell? And I thought it was like a popper that had blown someone's arm off or something. But I go over to the front of the church, and I look in, and I see people on the ground, and I'm like, oh my God. And I said, was that the gun? And Dave said, yeah, it was the gun. And to which I go inside, scream, and then they yell at me, and then I walk back out. I ask for the gun. Dave brings me the gun.
When you were in there, did you see where the gun was?
No.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
So I'm, everyone's kind of staring and looking at me at this point. And walking in and seeing that was super fucking awful too. So I kind of come out here. I'm over here at this point, kind of away from everything. Dave brought me the gun. I take all of them out. The first one I take out has been discharged. And it went, like I told you, at first I thought it could be one of those old dummies. But it could have been a live round, by all means. And once you showed me that, what they pulled out of Joel later, yeah, it kind of seemed more like that. But yeah, so I pull all of them out, and the other 5 were still dummies, just fine.
Okay. So Dave brings it out, hands it to you. Is it open or closed at this point?
It's closed.
Okay. Hands it to you. Where do you inspect it?
It was still really situation to me. So I was either right there or I was right there
When you opened it?
when I checked the gun. I'm pretty sure I got it here and like we had kind of walked away with it, you know? Yeah,
So you said that you emptied the gun, right?
yeah.
Where did you empty it?
I took it out, put it in my hands, and then I handed them to Sarah, and I said, go check that fucking box. I got it from that box.
And what to Sarah?
The dummies and everything, and the shell
So everything that you
had in my hands went to Sarah.
just handed it to her?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Just handed it to her, and
I'm sorry, Corporal, just a point of clarification. What is Ms. Gutierrez saying that she handed to Ms. Zachary?
That she handed the ammunition that she took out of the revolver to Sarah.
Is that consistent with what she told you on October 21st?
No.
I took the gun, and I kept it in my waistband after that.
Okay. You didn't go check the box?
No, I didn't go check the box. I was freaking out, and Brian, my boss, came over at that point, and Brian took me a little further away to, you know, kind of relieve people looking at me.
And you told Sarah, I didn't want you to leave then after you told Sarah to check the button. What happened?
I said, check the box, and she comes over to me a little later, you know, while I'm off to the side, and I said, did you check the box? And she said, and we also had collected the other guns, and Sarah took those as well. And then I was like, did you check the box? And she said, yeah, there were some bad ones in there. And I don't know really what that means. That's just what she said. And I thought that meant like one or two.
Okay.
Two days later, Sarah came to my hotel room after Helena Hutchins's one of her vigils. And she came up to my room and was checking on how I was doing. And I asked her, I was like, I can't believe somehow there were some bad ones in that box. And she said, Hannah, more than half of that box was bad ones.
And she didn't explain what she meant by bad ones?
She said more than half of that box were bad. Which, I mean, it's safe to assume that live.
Okay.
At that point, yeah, it was safe to assume that those were live.
So
Mixed in with dummies.
when you emptied out the gun, how many rounds were there?
There was 6.
Okay.
Yeah, one had been discharged.
And do we remember what that one looked like?
No, not really. I took it out at this point, like, still pretty shocked and, like, shaking just thinking about everything. I take it out and pull all the others out. I'm, like, showing them to Dave, and I'm saying, like, no, like, the others are dummies. Like, what the fuck? How is that in there? And I just, like, look at Sarah, and I, like, after I said that, I was like, I don't know how that happened. They are all dummies except for one. And then I, like, looked at Sarah, and I was like, go check that box right now. And I handed it to her, and so it was pretty quick. And I wasn't even, like, really looking at it. I was just more, like, looking at Dave and just...
Corporal, do you recall on October 21st what Ms. Gutierrez told you in terms of handing the box to Sarah and telling Sarah to check the box?
No, she didn't mention anything about telling Sarah to check it.
Okay. So is that different than what she told you on the 21st?
Yes.
freaking out at that point.
How did you know that one wasn't a dummy?
I'm not sure that it wasn't a dummy still. I mean, now we know, really, that it could have been a live round, but in my head, I was thinking that might have been one of the old dummies that the primer cap can pop it out.
Okay.
Because those, I don't know, those still, I haven't heard a lot of reports of those, but I know that those did used to exist.
Okay. So after a gun was emptied, I mean, how'd
Do
you...
you mind if we take a break?
Yeah,
I'm like
we can do that.
getting
Sure.
a little flustered.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's, the restroom okay too?
Yeah.
Take a restroom break.
The left restroom.
I'm like, it gets a little stuffy. It's
Yeah, one minute.
Morrissey, do you know how much longer? I'm wondering if we should take our bathroom break.
Yeah, and, Your Honor, that's fine, and we weren't anticipating there being downtime, so we'll see if we need to move the video ahead.
Okay, all right, let's take our bath break. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court.
All right.
may be seated.
Okay, we are resuming the video at 2:09:08, which is the end of the break of the people on the camera.
Good.
Oh, good.
It's fine, I just.
Yeah.
I was
Like your poor dog. Oh, I know, right? Yeah.
I don't think we changed anything. My guess is that when they stop laughing, it's gonna go back to normal audio. Can we just try it and see?
Sure, just a little bit.
Okay.
They're okay, they're outside, but they can handle it. The
They can
weather,
handle
yeah.
Oh, mine stay outside.
No? Okay, great.
Yeah.
So I'm not there. I have a 8-month-old German Shepherd who
Oh, how
is.
cute.
Oh no, he's
Oh,
very
terror.
cute right now.
Yeah, really?
Absolute hell.
Terror,
Yeah.
yeah.
He's
Cute.
pretty horrid right now.
Oh,
Yeah.
cute, that's hard.
Mine used to, I had a German Shepherd, like a young one, a few years ago, and like she totally like chewed up all my panties and fucking trashed all my plants.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I don't let him inside like at all.
Yeah.
He used crate train from the beginning because I just wasn't gonna deal with that.
Yeah.
I normally don't crate train my dogs, but I've only had huskies, and so this was the first different one that I had, and he's like the most intelligent thing ever, but he
Yeah.
is like reckless, like
Yeah.
he's insane. Like,
Oh, man.
but I got him because I wanted to breed.
Oh, yeah. Those huskies are pretty.
Oh yeah.
The huskies.
I love calling German Shepherds, I like calling them Herman Shepherds. I think it's fun. Alright. Yeah.
7th inning stretch.
I know, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
I literally stretched
Yeah.
in here. You'll see it. You'll see it. Yeah, I totally had you and Alex mixed up in my head. That's so funny.
I am Alex.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I had you guys, like, I thought she was Alec, and I talked to her, like, most of the time. Didn't even realize.
No, that's Samantha.
Yep, that's Samantha.
Do you want another water?
Corporal, who's the gentleman that just entered the room?
That is Detective Joel Cano.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Alright, let's get this thing done.
Okay.
Alright, so going back to those loose rounds that were in your pocket. It's common for you to carry them in your pocket.
Yeah.
My
My dad usually carries a couple of, like, his favorite dummies, you know, like good night safe ones in his pocket, and I do the same. But we had 3 guns dummied up that day, so I used a couple of them on other guns.
Okay, is that why you keep them in your pocket? Is that why you?
Yeah, because just in case, and then also I have another, in the bag, on the bottom of it, you'll probably realize that there's also some dummies in those pockets down there too. I try to keep like at least a good 12 dummies ready in situations.
Those are, but you're talking about the, like, bags though, right? I'm talking about your pants.
Yeah, I'm talking about my pants. Yeah, okay, yeah, I always try to keep like at least 5 or 6 in there.
Do you remember where you pulled those from?
Those came out of one of my old boxes, and we had been using them from the weekend previous, and those were the ones with no primer caps.
So, did you have those in your pocket prior to going to lunch?
No, those should have been in the gun already.
No, I'm talking about the ones that were in your pockets, so.
Yeah, the four without primer caps.
I think you pulled 6 rounds, 6 or 7 out of your pocket.
No, I'm pretty sure I pulled the 4 out of there, and then I got the other 2 from the box and shook them as I walked in.
No, I'm talking, so the night that you came in for an interview.
Oh yeah, I had some extras in there. I think I found some more, and I was like, I'll put some more in there just in case.
But do you remember when you put those in your pocket?
No, not exactly.
Before or after lunch?
I don't really remember.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So then how come you didn't pull from your pockets to load that gun?
Well, like I told you, I pulled those out earlier, and I totally forgot that there were more in there.
More in where?
More dummies in my pocket.
Okay.
Yeah. I just had forgotten that they were there.
That one last one that you pulled to load the gun, do you remember checking that round?
Yeah.
And what do you remember about it?
Seemed fine to me, and Dave was just kind of in my ear, and so I was shaking it, walking in, and putting it in there.
Okay. But
I just want to follow up on a few things. Over the break, did you have an opportunity to review some of the evidence photos?
Yes.
And did those refresh your memory?
Yes.
The rounds that were found on the top of the prop cart, and I'm not asking about blanks, how many dummy rounds were found on the top of the prop cart, assuming we've gotten the true story that the gun was unloaded at the prop cart?
There were 3 dummy rounds on the top of the prop cart.
And how many live rounds were on the top of the prop cart?
2.
And of the 3 dummy rounds that were on the top of the prop cart, did any of them appear to have depressed primers?
One looked like it had like a semi-depressed primer.
And what about the others?
That they did have primers.
That did not appear depressed.
Correct.
And obviously the live rounds did not have depressed primers.
Right.
Were you also able to, were you also able to refresh your memory as to the dummy rounds that Ms. Gutierrez had in her pocket on October 21st during your interview?
Yes.
And how many dummy rounds, if you recall, did she pull out of her pocket to show you during the interview?
She had 6 total.
And of those 6, how many of those had no primer cap at all?
5 of them had no primers, and then one of them was one that she demonstrated the rattled, so the one with the BBs in it.
So you are now familiar with all the different types of dummy rounds that were on that movie set, correct?
Yes.
So if Ms. Gutierrez loaded the gun with dummies and then spun the cylinder for Mr. Halls, would spinning the cylinder enable him to know whether they're dummies or not?
The only way that he would be able to tell just by spinning the cylinder would be with the ones that did not have the primer caps on them. Other than that, if they had a primer cap, he would not be able to tell if they were dummies.
And none of the rounds on the cart were missing primer caps.
Correct.
But she had 5 of them in her pocket
Yes.
that presumably she did not use to load that gun with.
Correct. She did state that she did not pull any rounds out of her pocket to load that gun.
All right, thank you for the clarification.
No, he was in my ear, like, and
your radio.
yeah. There's
Got it.
always a spectrum of people in my ears. It's not the voices.
Up here walking.
It's not the voices. It's a ton of people, and you'll see me a lot of the times on set. Just take that thing out and throw it as far as I can.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't remember when
that's
those
how I
ones-
knew when he was telling me. Yeah, I don't remember exactly when those were in my pockets, and honestly, they might have been in my pockets. In a spot where they aren't normally, you know.
Okay. All right. So I have some questions regarding like media statements that you guys have put out.
Okay, yeah.
Um,
And just so you know, like, one of them with Bob got a little crazy, and Bob...
Hang on a second, can we approach?
Yes. and we're not sure how, trial's fluid, okay? So we're gonna take a break, and you'll have to wait in the deliberation room. Don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. And when we think we're ready for you again, we'll tell the bailiffs. Okay? Thank you.
All right.
right, you may be seated.
We apologize for the delay. We are resuming the video at 2:15:03 for the record.
So the first one was about training days. You made a statement about how you wanted training days.
Yeah,
Who did you express that to?
Gabrielle.
Okay.
Yeah, and I asked about it to Ro and Gabrielle. Right from the get-go, I tried to start getting actors and everything to start working with me. Kind of one a day would have been ideal. They told me, they were like, well, no one really needs to get trained. You know, these are all trained people. And I was like, okay, whatever. I thought that more actors were coming in later and I would train them as the show went on. But then Joel called me, and Joel was like, no, we need to train, like, all the actors. They're going to be there that first week. And I said, okay. So, yeah, they set up a training day. But I was trying to get them in from, like, the very get-go.
Okay.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the statement was that you fought for training days.
I did.
So,
Yeah, I was always pretty much arguing with Gabrielle and friggin', because at first I didn't even want to have the training day, you know. So
they're expecting people to do.
yeah, no, they literally did not want to have that training day at first, and they told me it wasn't necessary. And then after Joel called me, Joel told them, like, no, don't be.
Sorry, I'm having some technical.
It's not us this time.
Just let me,
Okay.
let me read.
Don't panic. See what happens.
Testing, check.
I can't hear anything, Dave. Can you? Yeah, I can't hear you. Okay.
be back at noon. Okay? Thank you.
All rise.
Speak up, come on. Some,
Sarah was leaving set to go get shit done, including some other stuff like with the knives and the knife holster and all this stuff. So it's just me running stuff on set with Nicole on a very prop-heavy day. And props includes food and everything, just so you know. So we had a whole table scene that we had to do with just 2 people, which is manageable, but also, like, I was also training the actor with that gun while they're doing it, you know, like, just the girl. She wasn't shooting it or anything, but they decided randomly that they wanted to have her have a gun. So I didn't get paid for armor that day either. I'm working 2 jobs, and I was supposed to give lessons to Alec that day, but ultimately could not because 1, he didn't show up, 2, the producers wouldn't let him, and then 3, I had to stay on set and work with the frickin' food.
Okay. But he had agreed to do that day with you, and then it was kind of shut down by others.
He said, I will see you tomorrow. And then I also, I think it was a little after that, a couple days after that, where I texted his assistant and I said, hey, you know, does he need any more work with this? Like, how is he feeling about that? And he's like, he hasn't expressed anything to me, but I'll let him know that you asked.
Okay.
Yeah, so I had tried to possibly work with Alec more after that.
Okay.
So those are, like, the training days I kind of fought for. After his assistant, like, didn't really talk to me back, you know, I'm not exactly going to push for this really big actor to receive that training.
Okay. So in reviewing, like, first interview and then media statements, and now there's a little bit of inconsistency about when the gun was checked, or the
Okay.
rounds that were checked.
Okay.
You know, from my understanding, you checked them in the morning and then didn't take them out again after lunch.
Didn't take the rounds
rounds.
out of the gun after lunch? Well, you could
Like, they weren't checked again.
You could see that there were no primer caps. I checked the one that I had put in there after that.
Okay. But you
Oh.
said only 4 of them had no primer caps and the other 2 did.
Yeah, and the other 2 did. Yeah, I pulled that other one out slightly and looked for the hole.
I mean, the holes are at the bottom, though. You'd have to pull it out a pretty good ways.
I'm pretty sure it was, like, kind of midway up. Because, yeah, I checked it when I put them in there, and then, yeah,
Prior to lunch.
yeah. Prior to lunch, and then, yeah, afterwards, opened it up, checked it, yeah.
But by check, you mean just
Just
opening
pulled
it
that
and
one
then-
out, yeah, and also brushed it and put that other one in.
Okay. And I don't know if this is coming from you or if it was from him, this whole theory on somebody sabotaging the set.
Yeah. Jason kind of agrees with me on that. You know, we've all kind of thought about what happened here, and a whole box with what Sarah said to be half live ammunition and half dummy ammunition, that doesn't happen. Like, you know, that's super weird that would even be on set.
So who do you think would do that?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I will say right now that, you know, Seth supplies all the boxes. And then on top of that, I was beefing with Seth at the time. I don't really know. I don't want to speculate, but he's also been acting pretty weird towards me personally. And then...
So that would come after the incident, right?
Yeah, well, no, we had a whole ass argument, and we weren't talking during this incident. Like, we were in a full fight.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you had said you haven't seen Seth since before.
Yeah, we were texting, and I blew up on him over text messages.
Right, but I'm saying you stated you have not physically seen him.
I have not seen Seth, but like I said, Seth sends Sarah to set with things.
Okay.
And she was there first that morning.
Sarah?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's when that box came up for the first time.
Yeah. Also, you know, it could have been there
But
over
you
the
have
weekend.
said that you've seen it, because it was sitting on top of...
That morning, right?
Yeah, I saw it that morning
Okay.
on top of all my stuff.
When she got there, it was intersection 6:40-ish, and Sarah's already been there. That's the first time that box.
That I saw it. at least. And like I said, I thought it was weird that it wasn't hunched over on any side considering the whole prop truck got moved.
Okay. And describe this box again to me, what it looks like?
It was the same white box. I think it just said dummies on it. I'm pretty sure.
Corporal, I just want to, is, in this part of the interview, is Ms. Gutierrez insinuating to you that Sarah Zachary planted that box of ammunition? Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Did you ever find any evidence to support that?
No.
Just said dummies on the sticker, and it was a sticker and a label, not like handwritten or anything. But it wasn't the same font that I'm used to.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, obviously everybody has said, you know, no one ever suspected live rounds to be on the set.
Yeah,
That's a given. Live rounds aren't allowed.
absolutely not. And especially when it hadn't been brought to set or anything like that either.
Right. So the thing is, there are other live rounds that were found in other various places,
Really?
not in that box.
Really? Where were they found?
I'll go through the pictures because I can't. There's like so many different areas, and well, I'm gonna go over that with you guys. Okay?
Yeah, that's news to me. Wow.
So they weren't all in that box.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
Do you have any speculation on that?
no.
Okay. Do you think anybody else manipulated that gun, Alec's gun?
I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure, and I don't really care to speculate on it either.
Well, I mean, there's really not a lot of time between you pulling it out.
Well, there was time, you know, in the morning before that even. Well, yeah, okay, yeah. I'm not sure. Yeah.
But in between the time that you had it, you checked around,
Yeah,
and then,
there's like 10, 15 minutes, yeah. I'm not sure if anyone else did. I wasn't in there.
okay. And that's okay if you don't.
Yeah.
Let's
It's coming. Try to get that.
All right. Before we dive into these real quick. So this is an example, okay?
Okay.
Remember how I was asking you if they had any safety bulletins or anything that
Okay.
they put out? So these are ones pertaining to ammo, guns. Did you ever see anything like this, or was anything like this ever put out?
No.
And you can.
I definitely didn't see anything like this at all.
So they didn't put any protocols out for.
I don't believe so. If they did, it might have gotten lost in the email. Not really sure.
I'm gonna check through those and see.
Okay.
But yeah, so safety bulletins, firearms, live ammo. Okay.
Okay.
Kind of something that's
You don't remember those?
No.
that's fairly standard on most productions.
Yeah, I didn't see those on my last one either, to be honest with you, or my last one. I think it's also an indie thing, maybe, you know, even though this was, whatchamacallit. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
This is the box. Let me get these, 'cause I'm gonna need these.
All right.
This is the box that was on top of the cart.
I don't remember that being the box that was on top of the cart.
This is the one that was.
Corporal, what photograph are you showing Ms. Gutierrez now?
So this photo was one that our crime scene technician had kind of put together of the box that Hannah had handed to Lieutenant Benavides on the day of the incident, saying that that was the box that she was using. So it's just different angles of that box of pictures that Marissa took.
And let me ask you, if you, are you showing her what we currently have entered in evidence as states Exhibit 63? Can you see that?
Yes, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
The hand is that you guys had said that you had pulled from.
I thought it just said dummies on it. Yeah, I don't remember this one being the one. I thought it was much cleaner than that.
Cleaner in what way?
Like, you know, just how this is kind of messed up right here. Like, these are all kind of dirty, and like the side right here is dirty. I thought it was pretty clean and new, the one that we were using.
Okay. Yeah, because this matches the photo that you showed me.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay.
And
With
you guys found this on the cart, or?
Yeah, this is the one that was given to us that you guys had said that this is the box that you had pulled from. And this is the one that Sarah checked.
This is the one that Sarah checked. Okay, and she found multiple live ones in there. So it's one?
Suspected. Until it goes to the lab, we can't confirm.
Okay. Yeah, she definitely said that there were multiple in there.
Yeah, this is it.
Okay. I don't know, I kind of think it's strange that these ones are missing out of here when I'm pretty sure like we had only really touched these first couple of rows there.
And then
What, this?
there's also a hole there.
Yeah, no, I think that's weird, I don't remember that.
Okay.
I don't know if maybe one was taken back to the truck or something.
What do you mean?
I don't know if Sarah went back to the truck at all with anything.
Okay. But you didn't?
No, I didn't. I was there with Brian the whole time. Sarah, I don't know exactly. I think she might have went back to the truck.
So, these two were on the top of the cart.
Okay.
What are you showing her a photo of right now?
The two live rounds, well, suspected at the time, rounds that were on top of the cart.
And they were later confirmed to be live.
Yes.
All from suspected live ones.
Okay. Okay.
That was the one that came out of the gun.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So, I don't know if you noticed commonality between these, that we expect them to be live.
The silver? Okay. All right.
That didn't stick out to you when you loaded that gun?
No.
That the rest of them were not the same color?
No. What are we looking at here? Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I thought that was messed up right there. I thought that was a different kind of loading gate. Okay, yeah.
Was this one pulled out after lunch?
I can't really tell if, is that it? I would have to see the bottom of it to really tell if this is Russ's gun or not. Other than that, the only other two, if this isn't Russ, they should have the two stars on them.
Okay, the Marshall one?
Yeah, the two Marshall ones should have been out there after lunch.
Okay.
So I'm not, is that the rust gun?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I can't really tell unless I see the bottom of it.
You said it had like markings on the bottom,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
Okay. This is your guys' prop truck, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Back of it.
Cool.
Okay. So there's 2 access points to this truck.
Yeah.
One is here on the side, it's on the passenger side,
Mhm.
and then this back
Mhm.
gate, okay? This is how we found it.
Yeah.
Is that pretty common on how, obviously this is after the incident, so stuff is put away, but is this pretty common on how you guys stored that cart?
Yeah, we left it usually right there.
Okay. And that's safe?
Yeah.
So you're telling me, and, you know,
Yeah.
I don't really know safes too much, but you tell me when you
Lock it. You
pull this handle,
100%.
it locks itself. You
Yeah.
don't have to like hit the pound key or,
No,
you know what I mean?
100%.
Something of the sort.
You just lock it and it locks.
That's how
Okay.
my safe is too. I
Okay.
just do that, yeah.
Yeah.
And it,
Every
locks.
single time it locks like that. Yeah.
okay. And this is where you kept the guns.
Mhm.
So this is the cart, this is how we found the cart the day of the incident.
Okay. So, I'm not really seeing the box on the top of it.
Corporal, can you just explain to us what's going on right now?
So showing Hannah these various photos that our crime scene technician Marissa Popple had taken. I'm wanting her to identify the items that we've looked at just to confirm that you know, that's what she was using, that's the cart that she was using, that's the truck that they were storing their items in. With regards to the truck, you know, explaining obviously that there's only 2 access points on that truck. The reason behind me showing her the picture of the inside was because it was pretty disorganized. So I wanted her to confirm if that is how they kept that truck. Another thing that we had noticed on the truck was that there was a firearm outside of that safe, even though they had claimed that they kept all the guns in the safe. And so that's why I'm having her essentially identify that those are the areas that they used.
Thank you.
So that's the thing, is that box was given
To us.
to us.
By who?
Sarah, I believe, but
Okay.
And going back to it, if Sarah gave them a box, are you convinced that's the box that you saw?
I don't remember that being the box.
that you were pulling from.
I don't recall that being the box that we were pulling from.
Okay.
It seems a little dingy, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. But here's my thing is that, you know,
Yeah, there's suspected live rounds in this box.
which this matches what you showed me,
Yeah.
what you brought.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, those are the ones I brought. I'm not sure if Seth has any like that.
Okay.
But also, I mean, a box is a box. You can put different trays in different boxes, you know?
Mm-hmm. Let's see. So these two, I think one of these was the one used. I think this one was a potential suspected live.
Okay.
You know, just, I would say that's, I think, a blank that we had pulled there.
Okay.
But this is, I mean, how the top of this looked.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Were these already on it, or were these on actors?
These were on actors. That one was Swoon, and this one's Jensen.
So did they just drop them on the cart card after the incident?
They gave them back to Sarah.
Okay, and she put them there.
Yeah.
The salt was on that card. Also suspected life.
Okay.
These were the ones on the side. 2 out of the 3 of these are suspected life. And this is on the top of the card. So it's not like from a different area. These are on the top of the card.
Okay, yeah,
It's
I
both
understand.
of them. This is Alec's belt.
Yeah.
Okay. Also suspected life. One of
Okay.
these 2. One of them rattles, one of them doesn't.
Okay.
Now, I think you explained this to me earlier. I was
Yeah.
curious on what these horsey rounds were.
Yeah. What's up? What's
What are the horsey rounds?
Oh, the horsey rounds. Okay, yeah, I thought you were saying that there were live in those.
No, this box is empty.
Yeah,
but
no.
just
So those are like the 8 loads like I was telling you about. And that's
Okay.
the one box that
Like-
I
Did
contributed,
you
yeah.
shoot around the horses or something?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the
okay.
horsey rounds.
Yeah.
It had a little horseshoe. Thought it was cute.
this is another box.
Okay. Okay.
With 1 suspected life.
Okay. Copy that. Yeah, I'm not really sure about this box, the writing on it. I've definitely seen it before, but yeah, I'm not sure what the writing is, because...
That came from Seth.
Okay.
He said that he marks stuff like that.
Okay.
Just as a point of clarification, what photo are you showing Ms. Gutierrez at this point?
So I'm showing her, again, it's different views of that box and I think inside the box, photos that our crime scene tech had taken of the other box of 45 long Colt dummy rounds. That's how it was labeled on the box. The difference with this label is it was the one with white tape and it was handwriting in blue Sharpie, which was identified to come from Seth Kenny. And then in that box, we did have 1 round that did not shake, which we sent to the FBI to be tested, as we had suspected that it may have been live as well. And it turns out that that round was, in fact, a dummy.
Are you showing Ms. Gutierrez the box that we have a photo of entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 48?
Yes, that's it.
Is it your understanding that that is the box of dummy rounds that was provided by Seth Kenny?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that that is the only box of dummy rounds that was provided by Seth Kenny?
Yes.
Thank you.
At least for 45 long Colt.
I appreciate the distinction. Thank you.
It's
These were
definitely
found.
some other things from Seth that weren't marked like that, but...
Yeah, he said he does different
multiple
kind of ways.
things, yeah.
So, these are loose rounds found in one of your bags.
Okay.
Okay. Just different calibers. The thing that sticks out is that this.
Yeah, you always want to keep these on set. These are, basically you put those there in order to, like, if you have a gun scene, you know, and the person is reloading it, they would be, if they shot the gun off and everything, they would be dropping those out of the cylinder. And so I have a couple of bags.
Okay, so that's why you keep
Yeah, you
ones
bring,
that don't have.
yeah, you bring those so that way, you know, you can litter the ground with shells to make it look like people have been shooting there.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, you definitely always need to have, like, at least a couple of bags of ones that have no thing on them, yeah.
What do you know about the manufacturer of what you guys received?
I'm not entirely sure. Are you saying, like, Joe Swanson? Because I don't know exactly where all these come from. Like I said, a lot of these came from Seth.
Do you know, okay, so brands, you know
Yeah.
what a Winchester is. Everybody knows Winchester makes
Yeah,
live rounds.
yeah.
Okay, so one of these was a Winchester round.
a Winchester, like, live round?
Well, it was one of these, I think this
Like
one
a
was
45?
the Winchester.
Like
It's
a
not-
4440?
It's not live, obviously,
Okay,
but at one point it was.
Yeah.
okay.
I'm not saying for this set particularly, but Winchester doesn't make those up. These, the manufacturer of these is Starline Brass.
Okay.
Okay, and this is just from doing research
Mhm.
and what I have found out.
Corporal, what are you showing her now, just so that we can follow along?
So the one picture is just a bunch of casings, but what I'm trying to show her is the different head stamps and how you could essentially tell the difference in the manufacturers on the head stamps.
And what are you comparing? Starline Brass and
Just any of the other ones that we had found.
And are you showing photos of dummy rounds with different head stamps?
I believe the dummy rounds and then also that last picture that I was showing her were just the casings themselves.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So you can tell because it has a little star,
Yeah.
Oh,
an
sure.
arc, and then a star.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So all these have different manufacturers. That's how you can tell where these come from.
Okay.
Some of them have nothing.
Yeah, I've
Some
seen
of them,
like I said, they all kind of vary a little bit.
right.
Yeah.
So
Oh, the star, arc and the star, yeah.
And that's the one that was discharged?
Yeah.
So here's my thing with this company is this company doesn't produce live ammo.
So what the fuck? That's insane.
Wow.
So how did that must have, is that one of those primer cap things I was talking about? Those older ones that like the primer
don't-
cap's still alive?
They
I don't know how
produce-
that happened then.
So this company, and you said it's a Stalin Cat?
Starline.
Starline.
Starline Brass is the
Starline
company.
Brass.
Okay.
Yeah,
And they don't produce live rounds. So somebody's got
So
to,
these are used for movie sets
Yeah,
Yeah.
because they are.
totally. But this was from the
Corporal, I'm going to interrupt real quick. Can you kind of describe for us what your impression was on November 9th about Starline Brass and reloads versus small manufacturers and whether or not you learned information after that?
Yeah, so at the time of this interview and various other interviews I had done along with my own research into Starline Brass, I had discovered that they don't make their own live ammunition, that they are an ammunition component company. So they would have sold essentially the casing, that brass part. So at the time of this interview, my understanding in doing this was that it potentially was just reloaded rounds. And so somebody, bought the components and then made the ammunition themselves. And later on, I had actually discovered that there could potentially be, maybe manufacturers elsewhere that use these components to make their own ammunition. Interestingly, one day during an interview not an interview, but a meeting with the DA's office, I was looking at my own ammunition and it had the same head stamp for duty.
Thank you.
on top of the cart, right? Okay.
This was around that.
they're fine.
That should have been the one that I took out and gave to Sarah. That should be it.
Right.
So, what are you saying for that? Like, somehow that one that should have never been able to fire was able to fire?
Made it into a live round, or just,
Are you
That's
serious?
speculation.
Oh my God.
because if they don't make live rounds, somebody had to convert it, or it was a dummy that just went haywire, I guess. Which more likely, somebody converted that to a live round.
take a deep breath.
That's just,
Like I said, I want to be honest with you guys about
I appreciate
know,
it a lot. I
about
appreciate that a lot.
where we're at and what we've found, okay?
okay. Yeah, those are mine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ones that you keep for,
Mhm.
got it. And this is what I'm saying. So there's a bunch of random, you know,
Dummies that fly out of places and that are left places.
well, what's weird to me is all the different brands.
Right.
Yeah, they're all like kind of a little different, like I told you. It's so
So
weird.
this is like a BHA, this is a S&B,
Ugh.
the rest of these are Starline.
Starline.
Yeah.
So,
I mostly have noticed the Starline ones. Yeah, I try to
do you
use
have
those
any
because
idea where those came from, the Starline?
I have no idea. I mean, like I've seen them a lot before. I
That's
had
the
some
norm.
on my last
Oh,
set.
that's
Yeah.
the one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my
It's the
God.
normal of what is supplied.
Okay. Yeah.
So, I don't know if you want to go through those again.
Did they do gun residue did they find powder residue in that Starline
It
one?
takes a while for
Okay,
the
yeah.
stuff to come
Do you
back.
guys have an idea of how long, like, the labs are going to take?
They actually take a while.
Yeah.
Oh my
And-
God.
That's why
Months?
we utilize that.
Are we talking like months or like?
Actually, they use
a
the quickest
year?
way to do it. At the state level, it'll take 2 years, but the
Are
FBI
you
doesn't.
fucking
No,
kidding me?
the FBI doesn't do that, yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that's why I brought the FBI in.
Oh my God, 2 years?
No, but not for the FBI.
Oh, okay. I was
That-
like, I can't fucking do this for 2 years, guys. Oh my God.
That's why I didn't utilize our.
No, totally, thank God. Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, honestly, depending on how many suspected lives are in here, considering with what Sarah told me, I would kind of consider that there's another box.
This is it for.
Well, just because she told me that more than half of the box she shook and was live.
Yeah, we've
So-
processed.
So like,
The
where
ones
did
that we,
where did those go?
I don't.
I mean,
When you're doing things in a state of you know, after a traumatic situation,
Totally.
what you perceive could not be what is. Okay, so we have the spent casing from Alec's gun.
Okay.
We have the one that was in that box,
yeah,
which we were told that you were that this was the box that you were pulling from.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. We have the two on the top of the cart.
Yeah.
Just the
So
ones
those
that
might
were.
have been from the box.
Do you think she was doing them and then throwing them out on
No.
the cart? And she was checking.
Maybe. I don't know. I wasn't there.
One in the bandolier on the top of the cart,
right.
and one in Alec's bandolier,
Mhm.
and then the one that's unsure that was in that blue Sharpie box.
And they, looks like they're all Starline? Yeah. They're all that type. Wow, that's crazy.
So my thing is, I mean, these boxes, obviously, I mean, you can just, even though these are dummy rounds,
Yeah.
you know, a majority of them, obviously, you
Yeah.
can see that they are different kinds of dummy rounds.
Totally.
So,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why would there be mixed boxes of this stuff?
So usually, like, you know, the only thing that I try to keep consistent is if there's no primer caps or if there's primer caps. And so most of the time, just try to keep the primer caps, the ones without primer caps together, so that way I know where they are.
Okay. And then, you know, this box, why would there be live ammo on the set?
I have no idea. At this point, it's kind of seeming like somehow these were mixed in.
Okay. Did you ever do gun practice on this set?
Never. Not once.
Never took the guns out for target practice, anything of the sort?
No, and I think there would be, like, videos, pictures of that, or anything. You know, everyone would be pretty stoked if we were going shooting on set.
Okay.
Even
So-
on the weekends, there would at least be something.
You wouldn't suspect anyone to tell me that you were out there?
I don't know why people would say that,
Okay.
because 100% I was not, and I guarantee you people would probably have pictures and be stoked about it.
Okay. Is there any reason that you can think of that your DNA or prints would come back on these?
Maybe picking them up, maybe moving them around, maybe not necessarily putting them in things, maybe not checking them because I'm not putting them in things.
Okay.
And, you know, I did open the box as well. So, yeah, I opened it.
Okay.
I'm not sure, I
What?
still don't really remember this being the box, but, yeah. I'm pretty sure, I thought it just said dummies written on it. Did you find any box that just said, like, dummies on it?
So many boxes that...
I'm just saying, like, you know, if there was a box.
I'll look,
I mean,
I'll look further into it and,
Yeah,
you know,
I'm just saying, if
check
there
it.
was a box that, like, just said dummies straight across on it, you can switch boxes around, you know? I don't really know. Yeah, and this was all found on the cart, or was in the truck?
Yeah,
or-
these were on the cart,
Yeah,
on the top of the cart. I mean, this is one on top of the cart. Where did that shotgun go after?
shotgun?
Yeah.
That should have been there.
Where?
That should have been probably on the bottom of the cart.
Okay.
Yeah.
After the incident?
Yeah, unless Sarah moved it.
What about those two other guns?
Those should have been on the cart. Like I said, given to Sarah. I'm not sure if she put the guns away or something, just out of, like, you know,
Yeah, we'll
wanting to keep them
clarify
locked
that
up.
with her.
Because, yeah, I definitely didn't put anything away, and I was with Brian the whole time, kind of freaking out. Right on the side.
And you didn't see where Sarah went? I mean, that's a
No,
long way
I-
to run with guns.
No, I didn't.
Corporal, did Ms. Gutierrez indicate to you that she did see Ms. Zachary take some items and return them to the truck?
Yeah, so earlier in this interview, she does make a statement that she saw Sarah collecting the guns.
And did she indicate that she was taking them back to the truck? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
Okay, thank you.
See where she went, and she was gone for like 10-15 minutes before you guys showed up.
Yeah, so that's where we're at.
Okay.
With every single one of those suspected live is Sterling Brass.
Okay.
That's fucking crazy.
That's crazy.
That's, like, literally insane.
Do you guys have any questions?
No?
A lot to...
Yeah, a lot to... Do you have any questions, or are you finished?
No, not really.
Okay.
You can always call me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy. That's like fucking, I don't even know how you would do that.
Okay, well, let's, you gonna get going?
Yeah.
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 Okay, thank you.
Corporal, I'm going to show you what has been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 57 and for counsel, just so I don't have to connect and disconnect. We'll do it the easy way. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What are those?
Those are rounds that we had collected from Rust.
Are these rounds or casings?
Casings.
Okay. And at any point in time, and let's be clear, these casings in State's Exhibit 57, why are they noteworthy?
Because they contain the same head stamp and then same color primer as the live rounds on Rust.
And when you say that they're casings, they're spent casings, correct?
Yes.
So they're not dummies and they're not live rounds, they're just spent casings.
Yes.
And at any point in time were those spent casings sent to the FBI for fingerprint testing?
Yes, they were.
Who requested that?
You did.
And what were the results?
They had no yield on them.
Okay. Predictably, right?
Correct.
Okay. I want to go back just briefly to, you remember Mr. Benavidez's body-worn camera footage?
Yes, I reviewed it quite a few times.
And do you remember Mr. Benavidez being asked some questions by defense counsel about why the prop truck was not enclosed in the crime scene tape?
Yes, I remember the questions.
And did Mr. Bowles point out a truck on the video?
Yes,
Have you been to this movie set?
I have.
And where was the prop truck located?
So the prop truck was actually at what would have been the northern end of the town. If you recall in my video, I took Ms. Gutierrez to the bathrooms, and that prop truck was actually even further from that.
So the truck that was outside the crime scene tape in Mr. Benavidez's video, based on your investigation, was that the prop truck?
No, it wasn't. In Hannah's interview, she actually said that the prop truck was at that other end of the movie town, and she specifically said, where you walked me to the bathrooms, it's further than that.
All right. Ms. Gutierrez indicated to you that she brought 2 boxes of dummies onto the set, correct?
Correct.
How many boxes of dummies from Ms. Gutierrez do you have in evidence?
We found one.
Do you know what happened to the other one?
No.
And for completeness, did you ever find any evidence that Ms. Gutierrez was engaging in any kind of target practice or plinking, anything like that?
No.
Did you ever find any evidence that Mr. Kenny was the source of the live rounds on set?
No.
Did you ever discover any evidence that Sarah Zachary was the source of the live rounds on set?
No.
Did you ever discover any evidence that Hannah Gutierrez was the person who brought the live rounds on set?
I guess it'd be circumstantial.
What circumstantial evidence are you referring to?
So in her interview, I mean, there's a lot of things. So, that box she identified in her interview, and I asked her to show me what a box of hers would look like. She identified one on her phone. That picture on her phone matched exactly that box that we had. She was the one that handed that box to Lieutenant Benavidez, stating that that was the box that she was pulling from, along with, the various bandoliers that we collected with that live ammunition. she identified as bringing from her previous set that she worked on. And, you know, the other box of dummies, just, it didn't match the box that she had brought. It was identified as one brought by Seth Kenny. The rounds inside that box did not, even just the dummies themselves didn't match in the way they looked. So all of this in totality is what we used in our investigation.
Did you ever discover any evidence as to who loaded the live round in the gun?
In Hannah's interview, she told me that she was the one that loaded Alec's gun.
All right. I'll pass the witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Corporal.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bowles.
So, in your direct testimony, do I understand that you said you did not do the prop truck warrant until the 27th because, and I'm still going, because you did not have information from Ms. Gutierrez-Reed about the prop truck?
If that's the statement that I made.
Okay, so you stated under oath just a little bit ago that the delay in the prop truck search warrant from the 21st to the 27th was because you didn't have information about the prop truck from Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, correct?
So I wasn't even the case agent at that time.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question was, you just stated earlier in your testimony that you didn't have information about the prop truck from Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, correct?
Maybe if that's what I said.
Okay. Then I want to show you what I'm going to mark for identification as defendants O. And may I approach, Your Honor? Corporal, I'm going to show you what is marked as defendants O and ask you if you could review that and see if you identify it.
So your highlighted portion?
Just the document itself.
Okay.
Do you know what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
So this is the search warrant that I wrote on October 27th to search the prop truck.
Your Honor, I'd move admission of defendants O.
I will have an obvious objection to pages and pages of inadmissible hearsay. Would you like to approach? Or?
Yes.
So, Corporal, do you recall that you were the affiant for a search warrant for that prop truck?
Yes.
And when I say affiant, I mean that you swore under oath to the judge to get this search warrant that these statements you made were true, correct?
Yes.
Now, do you recall making a statement to this judge to get a search warrant for the prop truck that, due to the information received from Hannah, affiant would like approval of a search warrant for the prop truck on scene due to the statement received about firearms and ammunition being stored in the truck? Do you remember making that statement?
Yes.
Okay. Do you also remember making the statement to the judge that after conducting an interview with Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, she advised on the day of the incident that the crew broke for lunch, firearms were taken back and secured inside a safe on a prop truck? Recall making that statement?
Yes.
So this statement under oath Don't you agree with me that it conflicts with your statement you just made under oath in testimony?
In what way?
You told this jury earlier that you did not have information from Miss Gutierrez-Reed about the prop truck. That's why there was a delay in doing this search warrant. But in fact, you told the judge you did have information from Miss Gutierrez-Reed, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
So you're asking this jury to believe you today. Which of these statements were true? This statement or the one you told them just earlier in court?
I guess I did get a statement from her that stuff was stored on the prop truck.
Okay, will you agree with me then that the testimony you just gave under oath a little while ago was not true?
I'm sorry, I don't remember exactly what I said.
Okay. You also stated that you also made a statement that Miss Gutierrez-Reed had unloaded that firearm, the Baldwin revolver, over the prop cart. You recall that statement?
Yes.
And in fact, you made that statement numerous times, as I recall. Do you recall making it at least once?
Yes, because that's what she had said in her first interview.
Can you point out to me, and I'm all ears if you can, because I didn't hear it. Can you point out the timestamp where she said that about loading it over the prop cart?
I don't have the timestamp.
Okay. Do you recall Miss Gutierrez-Reed's exact words in that first interview about unloading that gun?
Verbatim, no.
Okay. If I played you a clip, would it refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, do you want me to turn this down?
Is anybody gonna look at what he's showing her?
Well, I'm happy to look at what he's showing. I'm happy to look at what he's showing, but I also think probably the better and more complete way of handling this is to review the transcript, and I think we have numerous copies of that. So, I mean, I'm not going to tell Mr. Bowles how to do his job, so show me what you're going to show her.
Well, I'm refreshing recollection.
I know, but you
Sure,
show
and
us.
you show me what you're going to refresh with.
This is a clip, and so if you want to play the actual video that was entered, we can do that too.
Well, you have it. She's your witness now. You do what you want to do.
Okay, if you don't want to help us out, is that what you're saying? You don't want to play?
Mr. Bowles,
Yeah,
you
then I'll
have
play.
it. You have computers. She's your witness.
Okay, then I'll play. Your Honor, Chad's better
You're
at
going to
operating.
refresh her
I'll
memory.
I still don't know what he's going to play.
Okay, all right.
Wait a
I
second.
have no idea what
are you
he's
showing
doing.
her?
Yeah, I'm just
Wait,
gonna play
you're
her a
not
clip.
listening to me. What are you showing her?
I'm playing her a clip of that video that was entered into evidence.
Which one, the first
The
one?
first one?
So I
The
think
first clip,
I think
which
Miss-
took 50 minutes?
But it's just a short clip. It's like 20 seconds.
So he needs to show it to me. Can we just step in the
Yeah.
right
And
outside
then,
the
and then you don't
courtroom
want the
and he can show
jury
it
to
me?
hear it again because you're refreshing her her memory, not,
It's
not
it's
re,
already- Judge, it's entered into evidence. They
that's
can hear
not, that's not true. You're refreshing her memory.
it. No, but I could play it as if it's in evidence already, so
Then play the exhibit.
they've heard it. Your Honor, may we approach for a moment just
Yes.
to clarify this? Okay, Corporal, while we were kind of dealing with that, I want to come back to that question on the prop cart loading. And again, because Miss Gutierrez-Reed did not say that in the interview we just heard. She said she went outside with Dave Halls and unloaded the revolver. She didn't mention anything about a prop cart. You agree with me on that?
I do not, because I do remember her saying something about doing it over a prop cart.
Which interview, the first or second we heard?
I believe it was the first, and then the second is where she mentioned that she was in 2 separate places.
Okay, and so we're going to try to find that on the first, and if you can find it, when we come back and redirect them, I want to hear it. So if you find that timestamp. Now, you also said that you did not meet Seth Kenny until October 27th, until the search of the prop truck, correct?
I believe that was the first time that I had met him in person.
Okay, well, you said the word, your first interaction with Seth Kenny was October 27th for the search of the prop truck. Do you recall that?
No, I said the first time in person.
Okay. And in fact, you had a prior telephone call with him, correct?
Yes.
And that was on the day of the shooting.
I think I actually had probably a couple phone calls with him before.
On that day, on the 21st?
Just in between, in between the day of the incident and then to the search of the prop truck.
Okay, and we're going to talk about the day of the incident, the call that you all made to Troy Teskey. Do you recall that?
On the day of the incident?
Yes.
I don't recall a phone call on the day of the incident to him.
Not that afternoon around 4 p.m.?
To a Troy?
Troy Teskey?
No.
Okay.
I don't recall. I'm sorry.
Okay. And you also said that Miss Gutierrez-Reed said she saw Sarah collecting guns. Recall that?
Yes.
And again, I'd like to see if you could point that out, where that is in the interview, because didn't she say instead that Sarah took stuff from the prop cart and she may have took a gun she never saw? She said she saw her.
I think the phrase that she used was that she saw Sarah collect the guns. And then later on in that interview, she kind of changed her answer.
Okay, and the jury will be able to hear that too, but I'd like to know where that is on if you know.
I can't point timestamps out to you, Mr. Bowles.
Okay. Now, you are the case agent in this case, correct?
I was not at first, but a couple weeks in, yes, I was.
And so for 2 years, you've been the case agent, correct?
Yes.
Now, if you can tell the jury, that means that you are basically the lead agent on the case, is that right?
Yes.
And you collect all the information, you do all the investigation, you read all the reports, is that right?
A majority of it, yes. And then because this case was rather large, I had assistance from other detectives and the district attorney's office.
So as part of that, you collect various sources and maybe people are helping you, but you're ultimately the ultimate person with all the information in the case, is that right?
With what's pertinent, I would say so, yes.
Okay.
But considering how many people were involved and how dynamic and everything this case was, it is kind of not essentially feasible for me to know every single piece of information. That's why people helped.
Sure. And let's start with the first interview and the day of the shooting. Now, you recall from your direct and from the videos we saw that you actually walked Miss Gutierrez-Reed to the bathroom?
Yes.
And you were walking her to the bathroom from when she had been detained in Mr. Benavides' car, correct?
Incorrect, because she was not detained at that point.
Okay, well, legality, a legal word, but she was sitting in Mr. Benavides' car, correct?
Yes.
Now, while she was sitting in Mr. Benavides' car, you knew as case agent what had happened that day was Mr. Baldwin had been allowed to walk around and talk to people.
I do not know anything that had happened with him or where he was prior.
Well, do you know, as we sit here today, the case agent, having reviewed the pictures of Mr. Baldwin on the cell phone? Are you telling the jury you don't know he was out talking to people?
I'd say he was out, but at the time that I was there, no.
I'm talking about your knowledge today. Do you know today that Mr. Baldwin was not put in a police car like Ms. Gutierrez-Reed?
That's correct.
Okay. And you know today that Mr. Baldwin, there's a picture of him on his cell phone talking to somebody on the day of the shooting.
Yes.
Okay. And you know that there is a video of him talking with David Halls and some other people on a truck area.
I'm sorry, you said a video with him talking with...
To David Halls?
I don't know of that video.
Okay. In any event, she's in Mr. Benavides' car, and you're walking Miss Gutierrez-Reed to the bathroom.
Yes, sir.
And, ma'am, we saw that you went inside the bathroom with Miss Gutierrez-Reed, correct?
That is correct.
And one of the reasons you did that was you said that you felt like she might harm herself.
No, I didn't say that I felt like she was going to. It's just typical for us, especially because she had requested me to go with her. You know, at the end of the day, my concern is, on that day, my concern is her well-being. She was obviously very distraught at that time. I wanted to make sure that she wasn't going to have some sort of medical episode or something happen in the bathroom where I would have to step in at that point.
Did she actually ask you to come in the bathroom with her?
No.
Okay. But you went ahead and went in.
Yes, and I turned the opposite direction from her to give her privacy.
And would you agree with me that she'd never met you, that that'd be fairly intrusive to go inside the actual bathroom with her?
That would be a question for Ms. Gutierrez.
Okay. Now, you felt like you were wanting to make sure she didn't hurt herself, including in the bathroom. And so you must have felt like she was very distraught.
Yes, I do feel like she was distraught that day.
And you also heard her say, did you not, that this was the worst day of her life? She didn't want to live, words to that effect?
I don't recall hearing her saying anything that she didn't want to live.
Or she said, my life is over. Sorry, I misremembered that.
And I will object. I believe that is absolutely a misstatement of what she said on the video, and if Mr. Bowles needs to review the video, I can pull it up.
Do you recall what she said?
Verbatim, no, but something to that extent.
Okay. So after knowing that, you all take her back to the station, and we see yourself and Talamonte sitting around a table, correct?
Yes.
And Miss Gutierrez-Reed is then in the corner on the opposite end of that table, correct?
Yes.
Now, do you remember she mentioned at the start that something about maybe she should talk to a lawyer?
Yes.
And you all told her that, or not you, but do you remember hearing Talamonte tell her that it might be a public defender and it might take all night?
Yes, something to that extent.
Okay, so with that statement was made to her with her asking how long a lawyer would take to get, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And then do you recall hearing that you all told her it was just going to be a few basic questions?
I did not make that statement, no, but I believe Hannah's response was that she was willing to answer a few basic questions.
Okay, and with that she signed her Miranda waiver.
Yes.
A waiver of her Miranda rights, is that right?
Yes.
So you felt it was okay for her to do that even in the distraught state that she was in, whereby you thought she might even hurt herself, possibly.
I don't believe I said anything about her wanting to hurt herself. Just that obviously we take care of the well-being of people.
Okay.
And then, I'm sorry, what was the other part of the question?
No, that's it. You answered it. Now, during this first interview, you did not tell Miss Gutierrez-Reed that Helena had passed, did you?
No, I didn't even know that Miss Hutchins had passed away until essentially right before I told Mr. Baldwin.
Okay, so you didn't know at that time either?
I did not know.
Okay. Now, during the course of that interview, I think you stated actually at the end of the second interview that when people have undergone a traumatic event, sometimes they can say unusual thing? I can't remember the exact words you used.
Yeah, something about their perception or recollection after something like that could be, I guess, misinterpreted in a way.
Okay, and you've seen that in the course of your career as an officer, that after somebody undergoes a traumatic event, sometimes their memory is affected?
Yes, and that's why we conduct additional interviews.
Okay. So it's a fact, you would agree with that she had just witnessed a very traumatic, she had been through a very traumatic situation.
Right, she didn't witness it because she wasn't inside the church.
Right. So she was not inside the church. That's what you concluded based on your investigation?
And her statements.
Okay. And you were able to corroborate that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, knowing that, the statement she gave, again, those could have been impacted in some ways by her being a part of a traumatic situation.
Theoretically.
Now, would you also agree with me that you asked different questions in the second interview than the first interview?
Yes, I asked a lot of questions in the second interview.
Yeah, it was a lot more comprehensive, correct?
That is correct.
Now, you also know that when you take an interview of somebody, that you can use that in court against them, correct?
Their interview?
Yes.
Yes.
So while you were doing that, while you were questioning her and you all were talking to her and looked like kind of being friendly with her, you knew that you could later use that one day in court.
Yes.
Okay. And again, I mean, did she appear during that first right before that first interview? She was in a very distraught state.
I would say that when...
I'm just going to object to asked and answered. She's already testified to it.
That's fine. She has already said it. Okay. Now, in the first interview, Ms. Gutierrez-Reed told you there were 3 sources of ammunition, correct?
In the first interview?
Yes.
Not correct.
Okay. What did she tell you in the first interview?
That they came from Seth Kenny.
Okay. And then she later tells you, a second interview, it's Seth Kenny, Billy Ray, and herself, right?
I don't know if I don't remember if she identified Billy Ray, but she did list additional sources.
Okay. And she also told you that Seth Kenny had given her ammunition for the prior movie set that she was on, The Old Way?
I don't recall her specifically saying that Seth Kenny provided that.
And again, you don't remember from the first interview a statement that she got ammunition from Seth Kenny?
I just said that she did say that she got it from Seth Kenny.
Okay. Did you try to corroborate that to pull invoices to show that Seth Kenny had brought ammunition from the to the Old Way set?
Not to the Old Way.
Okay. Now, there was talk about the idea of sabotage, and you mentioned that this came to your attention as part of this investigation, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall seeing in that first interview that Officer Talamonte brings up the idea to Ms. Gutierrez-Reed that the camera crew walking off, does she think one of them might have done something?
She, Detective Talamonte, did present the idea to Ms. Gutierrez about the camera crew, and Ms. Gutierrez's response was no, that she didn't think it was them, and that she wouldn't want to think that way of anyone.
And so that was on October 21st. So the first mention that you're aware of the possibility of sabotage was your fellow detective, Ms. Talamonte, correct?
That I would say is incorrect.
Well, where did you hear it before that?
Before?
The 21st, before Detective Talamonte says that. Who said it before that?
That was a theory that we threw out to try to get answers, not a theory from someone that was on set.
Oh, so when you say we threw out a theory, what do you mean?
The sheriff's office.
So the sheriff's office created a theory?
No, again, we were trying to get answers to questions that we had as to how or why something like this would potentially happen.
So was this a ruse? You're trying to trick people? Is that what you're talking about? You created a theory? What is that? What the intent was?
No.
Okay. Well, then, did you believe this theory?
Believe the theory about the camera crew?
The sabotage that you threw out, that the sheriffs put out. Did you believe there was some truth to that?
No.
Okay. So you put out a false theory.
And I'm going to object. She didn't put out a false theory. She didn't say it in the interview. It simply wasn't her.
Okay. Well, then Talamonte put out a false theory.
Again, it's an interview, so we can discuss things, bring up things to, again, try to get questions answered and figure out how to or where to go with our investigation.
Okay, and trying to get answers from people through a false idea. Did you ever actually investigate the camera crew? Did you interview any of them?
I did not interview them, no.
Did anybody in your team interview any of them?
I believe Detective Joel Cano did.
How many of them did he interview?
That would be a question for Detective Joel Cano.
Okay, and you as the case agent don't know that?
No.
And you don't know what the result of those interviews are?
I would have to read his reports.
And also on that idea, you brought up the idea of Starline Brass in the second interview, and that these were appeared to be reloads because Starline Brass doesn't make live ammunition. Do you recall that part of the interview?
Yes.
Now you heard the special prosecutor's expert, Mr. Haig. He talked about those rounds appearing more to be reloads, the live rounds. Did you hear that testimony?
Yes, I did.
And do you agree with him that those appear to be reloads?
Well, and obviously I have to object. It's so far outside the scope of what she could testify to. She's not an expert in ammunition. That's why we called Mr. Haig.
And okay, I'll ask you another question. Do you have any reason to doubt Mr. Haig that he's correct?
That's his.
Relevance?
Well,
I'll overrule. Go ahead.
based on your investigation as a case agent and everything that you reviewed in this case, do you have any information to dispute your own expert, Mr. Haig?
No.
So if those are reloads, and you know what JS means, Joe Swanson, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you had known from talking to Thel Reed that Thel Reed had delivered live ammunition to Seth Kinney on the set of 1883, correct?
From his statement, yes.
Yes, and you knew that you had talked to Troy Teskey and that he had first been holding these and giving them to Thel Reed, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you investigate the idea further, given that these were reloads, to try to figure out the source of the reloads?
No, because really what's important to law enforcement were the circumstances of what occurred that day and the facts and the evidence of what occurred during the incident.
Okay, well then, Miss Morrissey asked you earlier if you had any information as to Seth Kinney bringing live rounds on set, but what you just said is you were more focused on the events of the day. Is that correct?
That was our main focus, yes.
So is it fair to say, would you agree with me, that you didn't fully investigate the circumstances of these reloads?
I would say that we investigated it.
But you did not fully investigate it because you were more focused on the events of the actual day. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also talked about earlier that it was kind of a circumstantial theory about Miss Gutierrez-Reed, but you have no direct evidence that you can tell the jury today that she brought live rounds to set.
That's correct.
I remember you had told me at one point that when you interviewed Sarah Zachary, she gave conflicting information. Is that true?
I don't recall my conversation with you. I can say that I did not conduct Sarah's initial interview, but I know it was fairly short, and I did a more in-depth one with her later.
Did you find in the course of those interviews, the one you did, her statements to be conflicting?
I believe that they were.
Okay. In the course of your investigation, did you also conclude that Seth Kinney had wanted Ms. Gutierrez-Reed fired?
I would disagree with him wanting her fired. I believe the conversation that I had seen was that Sarah had the ability to fire her because essentially she wasn't pulling her weight.
Well, did you ever corroborate and try to investigate that with the statements of Troy Teskey and Sarah Zachary?
Corroborate.
I'm sorry, I'm just confused about the question if you could.
Okay, sure, I'll reword it. Did you interview or talk to both Sarah Zachary and Troy Teskey? And did they give you information about whether Seth Kinney wanted her fired?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, you would agree with me, would you not, that Ms. Gutierrez-Reed was cooperative with you in terms of sitting down for interviews?
Yes.
And she was also cooperative in providing her phone?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't have to do a search warrant for that?
No, I didn't have to on anyone's essentially besides Alec Baldwin's.
Okay. Yeah. Alec Baldwin had to have a search warrant, had to go through New York, and that whole process, is that what happened?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, as part of your investigation, you concluded not only that Hannah was not in the church at the time, but that she had handed the weapon to Mr. Halls?
Yes.
And did you also conclude that Mr. Halls had handed that to Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, and I just want to specify this is before the incident.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I should have given you a time frame.
Thank
So,
you.
yes, you're right. That's right after lunch and right before the shooting is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
And so in that time frame, did you conclude based on all your investigation?
So by statements, that is what I concluded. However, there were opposing statements at the beginning of the investigation.
Okay, there were conflicting statements at the beginning?
Yes.
Did you determine that those were not correct, those conflicting statements?
They were.
I guess I'm going to object because I don't know specifically what statement he's referring to.
Oh, sure, I'll ask her. Okay,
Is
I'll
this
ask the
okay?
witness. Yes, Your Honor. Corporal, what statements were conflicting with that idea?
So on the day of the incident, I did interview Mr. Baldwin, and in his interview, he initially had stated that Hannah handed him the gun. However, later he changed that statement and said that Dave Halls had been the one that handed him the gun.
And I just would ask the court for some kind of an instruction or guidance with regard to this. Sounds like hearsay. So if it's not being offered for that, then can we kind of iron that out?
Sure, and counsel asked to know those statements, but
Counsel what?
asked to know what those statements
Well,
were.
that doesn't mean that she opened the door for hearsay.
No, and I understand, Your Honor, and I'm just, based on her knowledge of these, the effect on her and what she did investigation-wise. So,
Well, Ari, ask it that way.
yes. So, and I'm not trying to get into the core of the statements unless people want to hear it. But I do want to ask you what certain things had impact on you and your investigation. So that's why I asked that. How did you reconcile, and when you got those conflicting statements, what did you do to make your ultimate conclusion? Did you review additional information, talk to more people? What did you do?
Yeah, so that was, essentially the purpose of re-interviewing and gathering people's statements.
Okay. Did you also learn and conclude that Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, when she handed Halls the weapon, had shown him the rounds?
Her statement was that she showed him what was in the cylinder, not that she took the rounds out.
Okay, and you also heard her say that before she put in the last round, that she had shaken it in her statement. Do you remember hearing that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you, as part of your investigation, you also were aware that numerous people had access to that prop truck?
Yes.
And that was because in the day it was not secured?
I wasn't on set, so I can't
Okay.
call that, but
But
that
did
was
you-
my understanding.
That's what your understanding was.
Yes.
And did you learn in the course of your investigation, your understanding, that it took props a while to get a prop cart, to use for their weapons?
I believe it took a few days for them.
Okay. Were you aware whether Miss Gutierrez-Reed had to pull a wagon before that?
No.
Okay. You never heard that she had a wagon?
No.
Objection asked and answered.
Okay.
Sustained.
You knew as part of your investigation that Miss Gutierrez-Reed was performing 2 jobs and had to support props, correct?
That's correct.
And she also made statements that she had requested additional training with Gabrielle Pickle. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you also, in the course of your investigation, conclude that there was a lot of rushing on the set?
From statements provided to me, yes.
Did you also learn that whether safety meetings had occurred every day on set?
From the interviews that I conducted, it seemed pretty apparent that they were not conducted every day.
Okay. Was it also apparent to you that the safety bulletins, like for the industry, were not attached to the call sheets?
That's correct.
Did you ever find any inventory procedure or anything that Rust Productions had put together for the ammunition that was coming in?
No.
Did you find any inventory procedure in the call sheets or otherwise in production regarding the firearms?
No.
There was a gun safe on the prop truck, correct?
That's correct.
And was that that safe, who had access to that safe?
It would have been Miss Gutierrez and Sarah Zachary, and it was a little unclear about Nicole.
Okay, and Nicole, again, for the jury, she was the props assistant?
Yes.
Okay. At or before the search of the prop truck that we talked about earlier, did Seth Kinney obtain the code to that safe?
Yes.
Because he was the one that let you all in on the 27th into the prop truck, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In the course of your investigation...
Well, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm going to back up.
Yeah.
He did not... Did you say the prop truck or the safe?
The safe, I'm sorry. I misspoke. It was
Okay.
the safe I meant.
Yeah, he did not let us into the prop truck, but he did let us into the safe.
Okay. And prior to that search on the 27th, between the time of the incident on the 21st and then the 27th, there was at least a few days in there where that prop truck was not secure, correct?
I wasn't on scene, so I cannot say definitively.
Well, do you know as case agent that sheriffs were stationed there the entire time?
They were not stationed there the whole time, but I know they were there at least for a couple days before I obtained the search warrant.
Okay, so at least from your knowledge as case agent, law enforcement was not present at that prop truck for at least a couple of days.
Yes, correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the search of the prop truck on the date of 27th and then the search of PDQ props. What date did that occur on, the search of PDQ props?
November 30th,
Okay.
2021.
So November 30th, 2021, that was approximately a month and 10 days after the incident, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, sure. And I might be off a day if I am this close. It's about a month and 10 days, right?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Now, during that time frame, from reviewing phone records, did you have a call with Seth Kinney on October 25th that lasted about 20 minutes?
I probably.
Do you recall that call, which would have been 2 days before the search of the prop truck?
I don't.
Between the time of the search of PDQ props and the shooting incident, that month and 10 days, you remember how many calls you had with Seth Kinney?
No, there were a bit.
There was a lot, wasn't there? He would call you quite a bit?
Yes.
And isn't it true that he would try to give you information and try to steer you in certain ways?
I don't believe he was trying to steer me in any way. I think that he was trying to be helpful in locating the source of the live ammunition.
Didn't he push this onto Miss Gutierrez-Reed?
Push.
Didn't he indicate that Miss Gutierrez-Reed must be the source of the live ammunition?
He probably, he may have said something to that extent.
And in fact, haven't you seen messages in the course of your investigation where he's trying to implicate Miss Gutierrez-Reed?
Are you referring to text messages
Yes.
in between them two?
Between them two, between Sarah Zachary, regarding the leathers from Oldway. Didn't you remember seeing those?
Yeah, there were text messages about that.
Okay. So you would agree with me, would you not, that Seth Kinney is calling you a lot. He's trying to implicate Miss Gutierrez-Reed, whether that's by providing information, what he's doing. But that's what he's doing, isn't he?
I can't make that assumption.
Miss Zachary worked for Seth Kinney, PDQ Props.
Yes, I believe she was licensed under them.
And you know that right after the shooting, Miss Zachary and Mr. Kinney had text and a phone call, correct?
Yes.
And you remember that there was words to the effect that there had been a shooting?
I believe the text message said emergency.
Emergency. Do you know what they discussed?
Hang on, we're back to hearsay, and so I want to make a hearsay objection. I can't figure out what the exception would be to this.
And again, Your Honor, I'll word it in terms of her course of her investigation and the effect, and it's not for the truth. I'm just trying to find out.
Well, let's see let's see if it meets effect on listener. I haven't
Okay.
heard that yet.
I guess my concern is that what's going to happen here is Mr. Bowles is just gonna get a bunch of hearsay out, the jury's gonna hear it, and then maybe it doesn't have an effect on the listener, and then hearsay's just out, and then we've just broken the rules of evidence. So is there a way we can do this so that Mr. Bowles doesn't get to spend the next half an hour?
Why don't you just ask her if any text message between the two of them, what, if anything, it had on the effect of the investigation?
Yes, I was going to ask you that, and we are going to have Sarah Zachary as a witness, so we're not going to. But the after the phone call and text occurred, did you learn and did you investigate whether rounds had been thrown away on the scene?
I received a statement of that.
Okay, that rounds had been thrown away on the.
All right, counsel.
Corporal, did you investigate whether rounds were thrown away?
Again, that was a statement in an interview.
And I'm not asking about the statement. I'm asking if you investigated that at all.
I'm not really sure how to, if you want to reword it a different way.
Sure. Did you try to locate rounds that were thrown away?
Over a month later?
I'm just asking the question if you tried
No.
to do that. Okay.
That statement was given over a month later.
And likewise, the search of PDQ props was over a month after the shooting incident, correct?
Correct.
And so there would have been time for Mr. Kinney, had he wanted to get rid of evidence if he had wanted to. Is that a fair statement?
If he had wanted to.
Okay. Did you also investigate whether items had been taken from the prop cart to the prop truck after the shooting? Because Ms. Gutierrez-Reed made that statement.
And Mr. Bowles, what, can you just tell her what statement you're referring to? I think this is not hearsay, so I think Ms. Gutierrez's statements
Why
can come
doesn't
in.
he just ask if she did that without the added part unless
Sure.
it's necessary? I don't know.
Yes, and I just was trying to ask her if you investigated whether items had been taken from the prop cart to the prop truck.
Can you give a time period?
Yes, right after the shooting, before law enforcement got there.
So during the investigation, it was relayed to me that there had been firearms that were secured back in the prop truck.
And my question was, did you investigate to determine whether that was correct?
I'm not really, I mean, I'd say it was a statement given to me, and we had done a search on the prop truck.
Okay,
So,
were you able to corroborate that?
well, I don't know exactly what guns were identified to which actor, so I can't really say.
Okay, so you didn't,
I would say that we followed up on it.
okay. You also saw on the video where a man at the scene had reached across the crime scene tape. You recall that video?
Yes.
You recall seeing his hand that it was kind of like this, and he put it down on the cart over the tape. Do you recall seeing that?
I recall seeing him grab something off the cart and then putting it back.
Do you recall seeing his hand being behind his back and coming around sort of shaped like this and then go over the tape onto the cart?
No.
You don't recall seeing
And, Your Honor, this is Mr. Bowles testifying. Mr. Bowles is testifying because he didn't get the right information from Benavides.
All right. Move on.
I will. You don't know whether he put something on the cart or whether he took something off, do you?
And I will object to foundation because this witness wasn't there.
That's why I asked her if she didn't know. That's why I said you don't know.
All right, so she's already said that she didn't. She doesn't know, so let's move on.
Now, I want to ask you more about Seth Kenny. You never took his fingerprints, correct?
Correct.
And you never took his DNA, correct?
That's correct.
And you also never took his phone to be downloaded like the other phones that you took, right?
That's correct.
So, Mr. Kinney, I know you mentioned had shown you certain text messages and other information, but you never got the entirety of what was on his phone, correct?
It wasn't a full extraction, if that's what you're referring to.
Yes, right. It was not a full extraction.
That's correct.
And in contrast, you got extractions of phones for Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, Sarah Zachary, Mr. Halls, and Mr. Baldwin, correct?
Yes, because they were on the set.
Okay, and you had mentioned that before, but actually Seth Kenny was the primary source of ammunition to the set.
I will
right?
object to the form of that question. It is completely contrary to the evidence that the jury has heard, and Mr. Bowles knows it.
Actually, Your Honor, I don't. And I'm asking her a question that's perfectly permissible to ask her. If she
Go
disagrees.
ahead and ask the question.
Okay, look, my question to you is, were you aware that Seth Kenny was the primary ammunition supplier to the set?
I wouldn't I don't know if I would say primary, but he was a source of ammunition.
Okay, he was a source of ammunition to the set. And knowing that, isn't it true that it would be possible for his fingerprints to be on the boxes or ammunition he supplied?
It could be possible.
And in fact, you submitted for potential fingerprints those 4 blank rounds that we saw earlier to the FBI, right?
Yes.
But you did not send any of the live rounds for fingerprint testing.
I think that was discussed with the FBI. Why?
And I understand that, but why would it be different, in your understanding, to send the blanks versus the live rounds?
I'm sorry, the blanks.
The blanks you sent for fingerprint testing, why were they different, and why could you not have sent the live round? Why is there a difference?
Do you mean the cartridges?
The cartridges.
Okay, those
I'm
aren't
sorry.
blanks.
I'm not blanks, I'm sorry. The cartridges you sent, you're right, already fired cartridges that you sent, why is that different than the live rounds?
That test was not requested by us.
The test, which
for
test?
those cartridges?
For which cartridges?
You're talking about the 4 casings,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Yes. So that test came from the request for it came from Miss Morrissey.
Okay, so the special prosecutor decided that she was going to try to test the cartridges for the fingerprints, is that right?
Yes.
So, given that, I'm just trying to figure out why the live rounds couldn't have also been tested.
I had that discussion with you several times, I believe. Right?
We did. We talked about it, and
Yes.
I just still wanted to ask you why those weren't submitted, because wouldn't it have been possible?
I think you heard testimony from the FBI that they wouldn't.
I don't think they said they wouldn't. I think they said a very low percentage.
Correct. So that, again, I had this discussion with the district attorney's office, with our crime scene technician, along with our FBI Albuquerque representative, and I believe we took it back to the lab representatives as well, as to DNA and latent print testing on the live ammunition that we had found on set. So the reason why we did not proceed, which I had discussed with you, as to why we did not do that testing, was because there were several statements throughout my interviews and investigation in general that these live rounds had already been touched, handled. This wasn't day 1 of filming. I believe this was day 12. So we had already had statements that these rounds, one, may have came from other movie sets, which were the ones in the bandoliers. The ones in the box had been handled by Sarah Zachary, along with, the ones that were in the weapon handled by Hannah and Dave. And there's just a lot of handling of those rounds that to us, and the discussions that we had, it didn't make sense for us to do testing on those when we already knew that there were numerous people handling them. It didn't make sense, which I discussed that with you, and I also referred, if you had any issues with that going further, to discuss it with the district attorney's office.
And you had no idea when those rounds appeared on set? You don't have any direct evidence of that?
Of when they did?
Yes.
No.
So you have no idea if they appeared on day 1 or day 11?
Correct.
So given that, the statement you just made about all this handling, you really don't know that, do you? Because you don't know when they came onto set.
Again, there's a lot of people handling that stuff on set.
Well, if they appeared on the day in question, if that box had just appeared, then you have no idea how many people handled those, do you?
If that box had just appeared.
Yes, right.
If.
Right. You don't know.
Right.
Okay. And so you also heard Ms. Gutierrez-Reed state that they would frequently use dummies, and then they would mix them out with other boxes. And I asked Popple that. Did you hear that testimony?
Yes.
And so you don't know one way or another, because you just saw the boxes as they were on the 21st, whether those were the same rounds in the same box on the 18th, for example.
That's correct.
Okay. And you wouldn't know if they had used them before and then changed them out in a different box, correct?
Who are you referring to?
Ms. Zachary and Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, if they use them in the course of a day, you don't know which box they would have put them in.
That's correct.
Okay. When you went to Mr. Kinney's business to search, that was pursuant to search warrant again, correct?
Yes.
And so a judge again signed a search warrant on probable cause to search that business, correct?
Yes.
And you were looking for certain evidence of live rounds, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Did you take a series of photos at that search warrant?
Did I? No.
Okay, Ms. Popple did?
Yes.
But you were present to see the various things that were there and that were being photographed.
Yes.
There was a picture that I want to show you in a moment of a box of ammo that had a steel wool in that picture. Do you recall that?
I do not. I'm sorry.
Okay, I want to show that to you.
So I do have an objection. This photo is not in evidence, and I don't know that the photo can come into evidence through this witness. Would you like to approach, or?
I want to see what he's going to do.
All right.
Yeah. Counsel, you had mentioned this was coming in. So this picture is the one that we talked about.
No. I told you the other picture from Mr. Kinney was coming in during his testimony. That is a photo that you should have gotten in through Ms. Popple, and you can call her back if you want to.
Well, if you want to, I'm going to ask her if she recognizes it. If I
My
may
guess.
approach her. Do you recall, ma'am, if you can look at this photo?
Yeah.
Let's see if you recognize that box.
I couldn't say for certain.
So you don't remember seeing this particular box and the steel wool and the rounds in here? You don't remember this from the search?
Your Honor, asked and answered. She's already said.
Sustained.
Okay, we'll call Officer Popple back. Let me ask you this. How many times have you prepped your testimony with Miss Morrissey?
A few.
How many times have you met with her? How many days?
I couldn't say an exact number.
Was it 2? Is it 3?
Again, I couldn't say an exact number.
So you don't know how many days you've met to prepare?
An exact number? No, and
No.
I don't want to just assume.
Okay. Have you talked to her on the phone about it?
Yes.
Did you go over the questions she was going to ask you and your answers?
Yes.
So, in essence, you practiced for today, right?
Yes.
So, your testimony that you've gone over these exhibits, you've gone over what you're going to say today.
That's correct.
So, when you gave those answers earlier, in fact, you knew what a particular exhibit number was. It was 48. That was something you all had discussed, wasn't it?
I don't believe the specific exhibit number, but again, she showed me when she would ask about it.
On a break?
Just now when she
Right.
would ask about it.
Sorry, I don't know off the top of my head what Exhibit 48 is, and I don't know that the witness does. So in order for this to make sense,
She
and for her to...
she didn't ask for clarification.
All
I
right.
think we're just going over this.
Well, if he's
Okay.
mentioning me, I don't know what he's talking
Okay,
about.
thank you.
She does, because she was the one that
Let's
prepped you, right?
move on.
Yes, I will, Your Honor. Did Miss Morrissey prep you, or was it somebody else?
Yes, she did.
So she was there talking to you, right? Or on the phone or in person? She was the one talking to you, correct?
Yes, it's pretty normal to prep with the attorney you're working with for a trial.
Did you help prep other witnesses in this case with Miss Morrissey? Were you present?
No.
Okay. As a case agent, I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just wondering if you were present during other interviews.
Asked and answered. She already said no.
Move on.
Okay. Now, Mr. Baldwin, I want to talk about him. You and Mr. Baldwin had 2 phone calls that you recorded. You recall that?
Yes.
And did you have other phone calls that were not recorded?
There may have been.
Would that be unusual for in your standard operating procedures to have a call with a suspect that you do not record?
So it was a phone call, so no, we're not really required to use lapels to record phone calls.
Okay, is that true though when you have a suspect in a shooting case? He's the one accused of shooting. If that person calls you, you're saying you don't have to record that?
By policy, no. I've had numerous phone calls where I potentially didn't have a lapel near me. They take time to turn on. So it's possible. There were probably other phone calls in this case that weren't recorded as well.
Do you remember the substance of the unrecorded phone calls?
Can you point them out? I don't.
I don't know because we don't have them recorded. I'm just wondering if you can remember any of the substance.
No.
So, in the recorded phone calls, do you recall a call of 13 minutes with Mr. Baldwin, approximately, in which he was driving to Vermont?
I'm sure that there was one.
Okay. And do you recall that he was...
Come over here.
Okay. Corporal, did you ever, and I want to I don't want to know the substance, but did you ever talk to Troy Teskey in this case?
I believe very briefly.
And again, I don't want to know the substance of the call, but what during that call was Seth Kenny present?
I believe so.
And again, was this right around the time of the shooting?
I don't recall the date.
Okay. You, again, not getting into the substance, you did talk to Thel Reed in the course of this case, correct?
At your request.
And you did talk to him, though, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Joe Swanson?
I don't believe so.
On those boxes, the JS, I think you confirmed those stand for Joe Swanson?
That's what I was told, yes.
Okay. Okay, Your Honor, may I have just a moment? Ms. Morris, have you seen these transcripts on the prop card? Question.
I don't know what you're handing me, sir.
It's what you emailed me, Karen.
Is this what I emailed you?
It's what you emailed me.
Okay,
It's part of it. I didn't print the whole.
yes. Have you reviewed every word? Because you should if you haven't.
I've reviewed every word and I've listened to it. So, ma'am, you recall when I started this, I asked you a question about the first interview, and where in that first interview, Ms. Gutierrez-Reed had said she loaded it over the prop card. That she unloaded that gun over the prop card. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I believe I remember her saying something to that extent.
Okay, do you recall, if I showed you pages of the transcript, would that refresh your memory as to the exact words that she had said?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I may approach?
Yeah.
There are several pages here.
Okay.
If you can read those to yourself, please. And it should be highlighted.
I would request that the witness read the entire thing. Not just Mr. Bowles' highlight portion.
They're not, I didn't highlight them.
Well,
So,
someone from the defense team highlighted them.
okay, did you get to review them? Did you?
I am asking that the witness review all of them.
Stay focused. We're gonna look at this.
For the record, can we get the page numbers of the transcript that are being handed to the witness?
You probably should have had those, because you looked at them.
I didn't take note of the
She,
page
as a
numbers.
courtesy, gave you her transcript. You can give her the page.
I'll give her the
I
page.
believe it's page 28 through 32.
Ms.,
the ones that
you're
you
not the
sent.
one examining. Please let him answer.
I will withdraw the
No.
request.
All right.
Do you have a chance to read those?
Yes.
If you can hand those back.
Can I just read her statement?
No, it's refreshing your memory.
Okay.
You wanted the quote, but it's refreshing your memory. So
Okay.
if you can
Miss
remember
Morrison,
from
would you change
memory.
your mind, or- You wanna
What
let
are you
it-
saying, Mr. Bowles? Are you speaking to me?
Yeah, I'm saying,
What would you like, sir?
we're trying to get to the truth, that's what I'd like.
All right, you all, you all, ask your question. I let you have coffee. Let's focus here with our caffeine and ask if she remembers what was said to her.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ma'am, do you remember now the exact words that were said?
Yes.
And what were those?
Her statement was, I took them all out. It was there on the cart, too.
Okay, and again, and this is entered into evidence, do you recall actually that she said,
All right.
something funny?
Yes,
You want
all right,
these-
you know what, we're gonna take a break. We're gonna spare you a little. All right, please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court.
All rise.
I guess here's my problem, Judge, this has been entered into evidence. So I did refresh your memory.
Well, the
but
transcript hasn't been entered into
The
evidence.
transcript, but the actual words of this should reflect what was said on the tape, unless there's objection by the government.
Jordan. All right. So, obviously, State's Exhibit 67, which is the interview of Ms. Gutierrez at the police station on October 21, 2024, is relevant to both parties, and that's what we're not going to consume any more time. It's an evidence. You can certainly view it and come to the conclusion that you come to, okay? All right, thank you. And I have a question. No, not that one. I'm looking for my stickers.
All right, welcome back. Corporal, I want to take you back to the 4 spent casings that we were discussing. Do you remember where those spent casings were found?
I do not.
Do you have any information about where and by whom they were fired?
No.
Corporal, you were asked by Mr. Bowles if the stress of the event on October 21st would affect Ms. Gutierrez's memory. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And as a trained law enforcement officer, do you know, can the consumption of drugs also affect a person's memory?
Yes.
You were asked several questions on cross-examination about your contact with some witnesses, and I want to follow up on that. You spoke to Ms. Gutierrez's stepfather, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And you spoke to him at Mr. Bowles's request, is that correct?
That is correct.
And when you spoke to Mr. Reed, he told you that the ammunition...
I'm going to object this hearsay too, if that's what we're ruling.
Well, but it came in through him. He was actually asking about the specifics of the information that she received.
Approach so we can.
Okay. Do you recall your conversation with Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Do you recall the description you were provided from Mr. Reed about the type of bullets that he believed you would find at PDQ?
Yeah, he described...
Nope. Don't say that. Just say yes.
Yes.
Okay. When you conducted the search of PDQ, did you find live ammunition?
Yes, we did.
Was the live ammunition consistent with the description provided by Mr. Reed?
Yes, it was.
are photos of that ammunition entered into evidence in this trial?
Yes.
Now, you were asked some questions about the photograph of the box of ammunition that Ms. Gutierrez showed you during the interview. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why is the description or appearance of that box important for this investigation?
Because the photo that she had shown me matches the box that we found on Rust that she identified as the box she was using.
And what did you find inside that box that was noteworthy?
Live ammunition.
Mr. Bowles asked you some questions about whether or not there were safety meetings on set. Do you recall that?
Yes.
In any of the conversations that Ms. Gutierrez had with you, did she ever indicate that she was concerned or that she complained about lack of safety meetings?
No.
During the interview that you conducted on November 9th, 2021 with Ms. Gutierrez and Mr. Bowles, did you provide safety bulletins during that interview?
Yes, I did.
Did it appear to you from your interaction with Ms. Gutierrez that she had ever seen them before in her life?
No.
You were asked some questions about whether or not the prop truck was secured by law enforcement, I think in between the 21st and the execution of the warrant on the 27th. Do you remember those?
Yes.
And were you present in court when Ms. Walters took the stand?
Yes, I was.
Did you hear Ms. Walters testify under oath that the prop truck was padlocked?
Yes.
Did you also hear her testify that after the incident, she intentionally changed the padlocks?
Yes.
Did you hear Ms. Walters testify that the only person who she permitted to get into the prop truck in that time frame was actually the defendant?
Yes.
Did Mr. Baldwin call you numerous times?
Yes.
Did Mr. Kenny call you numerous times?
Yes.
Did Mr. Bowles call you numerous times?
Yes.
Did Mr. Bowles ask other witnesses or potential witnesses to contact you?
Yes.
Because of, and let me ask you, in your conversations with Mr. Bowles, did he implicate Mr. Kenny?
That seemed to be the direction he was going.
And did he put you in touch with Mr. Reed?
Yes, he did.
And did Mr. Reed implicate Mr. Kenny?
Yes, he did.
And did he put you in touch with Mr. Teskey?
I don't believe so.
Okay,
I don't remember.
That? Okay. And based on the information that you received from Mr. Bowles and Mr. Reed, what did you do?
I followed up with the information that they provided me.
Did you petition the court for a search warrant?
Yes, I did.
Did you execute the search warrant?
Yes.
Did you seize items from PDQ?
Yes, I did.
Did that investigation lend any usable evidence that Mr. Kenny provided the live ammunition to the set of Rust?
No.
At some point, did you stop pursuing that lead?
Yes,
Why?
because I had no evidence that supported the information that Mr. Bowles was giving me.
Do you have any information that Mr. Kenny was on the set of Rust prior to the death of Ms. Hutchins?
None.
You were asked whether or not you sent the ammunition boxes that were provided by Mr. Kenny for fingerprints and DNA. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Would you expect Mr. Kenny's fingerprints and DNA to be on ammunition that he provided?
Yes.
And we understand that I asked you to send the 4 spent casings for print analysis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall having a conversation with me where I asked you to do that?
Yes.
Did you tell me that it was highly unlikely that it was going to yield any results?
Yes.
And were you correct?
Yes, I was.
Do you know, and if you don't, just say so, when that box of the dummy rounds with the tape and the blue Sharpie writing that came from Seth Kinney, when did that arrive on set? Do you know?
I don't know the date.
In preparation for your testimony, did you meet with me?
Yes.
Did we meet over Zoom?
Yes.
Is that the only time that you met with me to prepare for testimony in this case?
I believe so.
You met with me on another occasion to prepare on another case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why is it important for you to meet with the prosecuting attorney before you testify?
A lot of it is to refresh myself with, parts of the case and what I need to focus on, especially because this is such a big case. As you can see, I have a large binder and a large box. So it helps me to narrow down facts that I need to focus on.
And have you given truthful testimony today?
Yes.
When you met with me, did I tell you what to say?
We talked about what was going to be discussed.
Did I tell you what testimony to give?
Yes.
What did I tell you to give? Did I tell you to tell a lie?
No.
You're telling the truth?
Yes, I am.
Did I tell you to tell the truth?
Yes.
And we know that you had an interview with Ms. Gutierrez on the 21st of October and again on November 9th of 2021. On November 9th, did it appear to you that Ms. Gutierrez had been prepped by her attorney?
Yes.
I don't have anything further.
You're excused. Next witness.
The state calls Gabrielle Pickle. Give us just a quick moment to track her down.
Stand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, have a seat, talk into the microphone.
Ma'am, go ahead and state your name for the record, please.
Gabrielle Pickle.
And in October of 2021, how were you employed?
Could you rephrase the
In
question?
October of 2021, how were you employed?
Sorry. As to type of employment or my job title? I'm sorry.
Were you employed on the set of Rust?
Yes.
What was your position?
Line producer.
What is a line producer? Please let the jurors know what that is, what you do.
Basically the project manager, specifically focusing on the budget and managing the budget.
And did you have conversations with Ms. Gutierrez about getting what I'm going to refer to as additional armorer days?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury how was her employment set up in terms of armorer days and prop assistant days? Let these folks know how you had it arranged.
So we had originally, it all depended on the schedule, and we had originally scheduled 5 days with blanks on set. And so we had 5 armor days. And then as the schedule changed due to other departments and us filming, it expanded, meaning that we would need to split up some scenes and whatnot. And so it became 7 armor days, I believe. And then she requested different ones for different reasons. And I believe by the end of it, we had 10 armor days, if I remember correctly. And
so let me stop you. So when she asked you for additional armorer days, you gave them to her.
yes,
Did you actually double the number of armorer days that she was originally scheduled for?
yes,
So I think you just testified that she had 10 armorer days total. Is that right?
that is to the best of my recollection, yes.
As of October 21st, 2021, how many days of filming had even happened?
Sorry, this is gonna,
Yeah, no,
Take
take
a
your time,
minute.
and if you need to see a calendar, we can provide
that would
you.
actually be very helpful.
Sure.
It was 2 weeks and 2 days, I believe.
Is that 21? Of course. All right.
Yes, 2 weeks and 2 days. So a total of 12. We were on our 12th shooting day.
So out of 12 days of filming, you gave her 10 armorer days, correct?
I believe a couple of those were training days, which would have been right prior to shooting.
Okay. And did Ms. Gutierrez ask you for additional training days?
There was an incident where she requested training that would involve Brady, which was a minor who did not fire weapons in the movie, and I denied that for insurance purposes. But that was the only one that we denied.
Did Ms. Gutierrez ask you specifically, well, let me rephrase. Did Ms. Gutierrez tell you that she needed additional training time with Alec Baldwin?
Not phrased like that. Alec was, in the question around Brady, Alec was going to be present because their characters in the script were so often together, but it was specifically for Brady to learn, to learn. The request was not because Alec needed more time.
It was because Brady wanted to do some gun training.
Yes.
And you said no because of insurance reasons?
Yes.
And what went into that decision? What were the insurance concerns that you had?
We would have had to inform insurance, and then we would have had to pay a little bit more money, just
And-
because the minor element.
Because he's a child,
Yes.
right? Okay. At any point in time, did you express concerns to Ms. Gutierrez that she was leaving firearms unattended?
I did, in an email, and then in person.
Do you recall the date?
I do not.
Would seeing a copy of it refresh your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach? I will, yes.
I'm sorry.
No, it's, do you need
Eyeballs.
glasses?
No, October 14th.
Okay. I'm sorry.
October 14th is the date.
Did that refresh your memory?
It did. Thank you.
And did you suggest to Ms. Gutierrez a way of remedying the problem of leaving firearms unattended?
Yes.
What did you suggest?
Some type of logging system? Check in, check out?
And did she respond to you?
She did respond via email.
And did she agree to a check-in, check-out log system?
No.
Why not, if she told you?
She said that it was too complicated to do in between scenes. And they had a system that they were working with, and I'm trying to recollect, that was end of day, I believe.
Okay. Did you then have an in-person meeting with Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes.
And who was present at that meeting?
Myself, Brian Norvell, who was the production designer, Hannah, and I believe Roe was there for part of it, the UPM, and then she stepped away to handle something else.
And why would Mr. Norvell be there?
Because as production designer, he's over everything that is the look of the film, and that includes armor.
And did Ms. Gutierrez express concerns about being torn between armorer duties and prop assistant duties?
Can you rephrase?
At any point in time, did Ms. Gutierrez indicate to you that she did not have enough time to focus on her armorer duties because she was busy doing props?
No. The reverse would be true. So she focused more on her armorer duties and less on her props duties.
And did that create an issue for you? Let me ask you, did you ask Ms. Gutierrez to spend less time on armorer duties and more time supporting props?
On props days, yes.
And when you say props days, what do you mean?
Meaning where she was not acting as armor. They were not the armor days that we just referenced.
And in the meeting that you had with Ms. Gutierrez, did you offer her additional support so that she could accomplish her tasks for both jobs?
Yes.
What additional support did you offer?
it was a collaboration of offers between production and the art department.
So my question is, what support was being offered to her?
Admin support, organizational, all the paperwork, to try to take as much off of her plate as possible so that she could really focus on the set duties.
After the meeting where you offered support, did Ms. Gutierrez again tell you that she was spread too thin?
No, we seem to have a plan to move forward.
Did Ms. Gutierrez ever express concerns to you that Mr. Baldwin wasn't paying attention during his firearm training that she conducted with him?
Not that I recall.
In terms of the I apologize, I lost my train of thought. I'm over 50 and it's getting late in the day. Is there a difference in pay for armor and prop assistant?
Yes.
Which pays more?
Armor.
And did Ms. Gutierrez also express, perhaps not concerns, but desires to you that her armorer days be something that would be recognized by the union?
So she and I had had a conversation early on in her hire about the production once we had wrapped, and I can't remember the exact procedure, but basically writing down her days to submit them to the union to count toward her qualification. I don't remember it being armor specific. I thought it was all days, but that is my memory.
Okay. And do you know what union she was attempting to become a part of?
It was the California local union. I cannot remember the number off the top of my head, the number of their specific local.
Are you a member of that union?
I am not.
Do you know whether or not you have to be a resident of California to be a member of that union?
I do not.
All right. I'm going to show you what I have marked as States Exhibit 148. Let me confer. May I approach?
Yes.
Do you recognize that document?
Yeah, it's a union start. Sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
Is this document signed by Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes.
Is this document also signed by you?
Yes.
Is one of the purposes of this document to seek reimbursement for her armorer expenses?
Yes.
I move for the admission of States Exhibit 148.
Yeah, I think the document is still hearsay.
Let me, what document is it? And counsel approach?
sabotage. I forgot to do. Let me shift gears real quick, and then we'll go back. On the days that there was not blank gunfire on the set of Rust, were there prop guns being used by actors that were in fact real guns?
I don't know.
Okay. I appreciate that. Rather than introduce the exhibit, have you reviewed this exhibit?
Yes.
And was it submitted to you by Ms. Gutierrez?
It was submitted to my team, who then submitted to me by Ms. Gutierrez.
Okay. And you signed it?
Yes, I did.
And what was the first item that Ms. Gutierrez was requesting reimbursement for? Do you recall?
Something called an inertia puller.
Thank you. Let me just review my notes real quick. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-exam?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Pickle, good afternoon. I wanted to ask you first on the hiring process for Ms. Gutierrez-Reed.
Mm-hmm.
Was this a collaborative process with the producers?
It was.
Okay. Did you have input into that process, into hiring her?
Yes.
Okay. Ultimately, were you the one that made the decision to hire her?
No, I made the offer.
Okay. Who made the actual decision?
I mean, I would say it was a collaborative decision from the
Okay.
top down. Everybody had to sign off.
And so part of that offer process was that she would be hired as a key props assistant and an armorer, correct?
Yes.
And ma'am, you've testified today that you had allocated 10 armorer days to her?
I believe so.
Okay. And as part of that film, how many total days of filming do you recall were there going to be to complete the film?
We had not decided at this point. It was, I believe, 22 or 23, if I remember correctly.
Okay, and I'm not holding you to a specific date, but it was 22 or 23 in your memory.
Yes.
Okay, so out of that 22 or 23, approximately less than half, Ms. Gutierrez-Reed was going to be in an armorer position.
Correct.
Okay. Now, by the time of the shooting incident on October 21st, I think you had said there had been approximately 12 days?
12 filming days.
12
yes.
filming days, okay. Do you know how many training days had happened by that point?
I don't recall. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Do you recall a training where Ms. Gutierrez-Reed conducted for actors and some of the producers?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall how many people were at that training?
Total?
Yes.
I do not.
Yeah.
I know there were we had producers. I was there for the first training and then I had to leave for something else. There were multiple actors that were trained that day. I would say a handful of crew that were there, as well as actors.
Okay, and so just in terms of numbers, can you tell the jury just an idea, if you have a ballpark, how many people?
I would say between 7 and 12
Okay.
at any given time.
And was Miss Gutierrez-Reed, in your memory, training them all together, or were they grouped, or how did that training work?
She started off with some general training and then worked with them kind of individually to figure out, because they had to figure out the right weapons for their characters and things, and so she worked them through that, and also their level of comfort with different types of blanks, and so that was more individual, but there were multiple people there at a time.
Do you know approximately how long that training was?
No, I was only there for probably an hour.
Okay. Did you see Mr. Baldwin there being trained?
He was not at that training. No, he was not in the state at that point.
Okay. And ma'am, do you know if he at one point was able to attend some type of training with Ms. Gutierrez-Reed?
He did.
Did you witness that training?
I did not.
Okay. So you don't have any personal knowledge of observing it, but you do know that it happened.
I know that it was on the schedule.
Okay.
That is the extent of my personal knowledge. We coordinated with multiple departments to make sure that could happen.
Okay. Do you know whether Ms. Gutierrez-Reed had requested to do cross-draw training with Mr. Baldwin?
I don't recall that at all.
Okay. Do you know whether Mr. Baldwin ever had cross-draw training on set?
I have no idea.
Okay. With regard to the duties that she was performing, I think she said she was focusing more on her armor duties. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you recall telling her that she was hired in both positions and that she needed to be focusing more on her props duties?
On props days, yes.
Okay. And those props days were delineated in the schedule, correct?
Yes.
Now on those
Or
props
by the schedule.
I'm sorry?
I just wanted to reword that. They were delineated by the schedule. They did not necessarily appear on the schedule.
Okay. Would some of those days include use of weapons on those props days?
The difference was blank firing. So if there were blanks present, then that was an armor day.
Okay, but if there were not blanks present, but there's firearms present, would you agree with me that that's still an armor function?
I mean, it was a Western, so everything that the actors touched is considered a prop, and that was where we had the line between like props and armor.
Okay, well, so did you consider the firearms to be the props?
Some of them were.
Okay. Which ones were props versus not props?
I cannot speak to that.
Okay.
It's not my area of expertise.
Okay, but at least your understanding was at least some of the firearms were props.
Yes.
Now, was that clearly delineated to Ms. Gutierrez-Reed as to which firearms were props and which ones were under armor?
That information more came from her because she was the expert in weaponry, not
Okay.
myself.
Okay, was that written down somewhere, which firearms would be which?
I don't believe so, not
Okay.
to my knowledge.
Okay. And then, with regard to non-blank days, were those all prop days?
Yes.
Okay. So if there weren't blanks being fired, even if there are firearms being used, those are props days?
Correct.
Okay. Now, didn't you attend and witness some of the trainings that Ms. Gutierrez-Reed had done? You said you spent an hour at the one.
Mm-hmm.
And were you impressed at how she handled the training?
I was.
Okay.
I learned a lot.
Did you have any issues or anybody come to you and complain about it?
About the training?
Yes.
No.
Okay. The date of the incident, are you familiar with Video Village?
Yes.
Were you aware that the day this happened, the Video Village went down?
Can you further expand on that?
Yes, that Video Village was not operating the day that the shooting occurred.
Is this due to the camera delay? Is that what you're referencing?
Well, I'm just, actually, I was going to ask you first if you knew about that, Video Village going down.
No.
Okay, but you said there was a camera delay.
Mm-hmm.
Was that because, were you aware the camera crew had walked off the day before?
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware they had come back that next day?
Yes.
Did you have any interaction with any of them?
Yes.
Did you end up calling the police?
On them?
Yes,
No.
for any reason. Okay, so was it a pleasant interaction?
Not particularly.
Okay.
But I was just there to make sure they took their stuff, and then the production rentals stayed where they were.
Okay. How long were they on set that next day?
I do not remember. As short a time as we could manage for them to
Okay.
pack up their gear.
Okay, you were trying to get them off as quick as you could.
Well, we needed to start our day, so we were trying to, move that first and then get rolling.
Did that delay the start of that day?
It did.
Do you know approximately how long that was delayed?
Hours?
So at the time you all were able to start the day and start the various things you're going to do, you're already hours behind.
Yes.
Okay. So was there a general perception of trying to move quick that day, or
No,
get things done?
we had to replace the camera team, and we all know that takes time to get new people into the rhythm. We had been meeting with different people in charge to figure out what we were moving to other days, and how we were going to absorb basically what could have been a half-day loss at that point. So there wasn't rushing. All the other departments had all of those hours to do whatever they saw fit. The only people that were really intensely focused was the new camera team, trying to learn the equipment and get up to speed.
Do you know whether on that day Ms. Gutierrez-Reed had already used her armor days?
I know that day was an armor day.
But do you know if she had already used her armor days that had been allocated?
No, that one was also approved.
Okay. Because you were on day 12, and I'm just wondering, because you said you gave her 10.
They weren't necessarily consecutive.
Okay, okay. But you don't know how many she had used up to that day?
I do not.
Okay.
No.
At one point, didn't you tell Ms. Gutierrez-Reed that she wasn't going to be allocated any more training days? But I think you actually worded it trading days.
I did. I misspelled in the text message. Yes.
Yes, and it was a text with her, and this was you remember approximately what day that was?
I do not.
And why did you tell her there would be no more training days, is what you were trying to say?
At that point, we didn't need them. And she and I had communicated since the very beginning that we wanted to keep track of all of her armor days. And so we texted back and forth fairly often. I mean, every few days.
And do you recall what the context was, why she was asking for more training days?
So the specific instance that I remember was her asking for a training day with Alec and our minor lead, Brady. And that was the one that I said no to, due to it being a minor.
And I just want to ask you if I showed you a text, would it refresh you as to the date that this occurred? That this exchange occurred?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach?
I think I have it in front of me.
If you can read this, ma'am. And
Sorry, there are 2 dates on this page. I can read. October 15th, 2021.
And do you recall getting that text or having this text exchange with Miss Gutierrez-Reed?
Mhm.
I'm sorry.
Once you move
Oh,
back here,
yes.
you're gonna keep asking him questions.
Do I?
No, he needs to retrieve that from you. Are you gonna retrieve that from her?
Yes, once she, are you finished reading it, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall having that text exchange?
Yes.
Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, okay. And that was in regard to the training of Alec Baldwin.
Mm-hmm.
And do you remember Ms. Gutierrez-Reed saying she's on day 6, and this would be day 7 of 8 of her training days, her armory days. Do you recall that?
Mm-hmm.
Does that change your opinion as to how many armor days she had, that she had 8 as opposed to 10?
No, I believe her armor days, and we can check the pay stubs, but I believe she had the 10 armor days. It may have been that 8 were filming days, and 2 were training days. I do not recall the exact split, but I do recall it being 10 days.
If you are able to, can you pull those pay stubs?
I don't have access to them anymore.
Okay.
Like
Okay.
that would be.
'Cause we've also have you under subpoena. You're aware of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so we may recall you in our case.
Counsel approach.
And ma'am, if your memory is correct, it's correct. But if your memory is 10 days.
That is my memory.
Okay. And I'm just trying to figure out what you remember. With regard to the accidental discharges that occurred on set,
Mm-hmm.
did you become aware of those?
I was made aware of one. It was reported to the UPM, Roe Walters, and she informed me that it had happened, and I asked her to investigate, and she did, and reported back that she and Hannah had a conversation, and she felt very good with the precautions that were in place.
Okay, so you said you were aware of one. Do you know which one this involved?
It was one reported by Lane Looper via text message to Roe. I don't know if that's in evidence.
Who is Lane Looper?
He was one of the camera crew.
Okay. So, as I understand, Mr. Looper was raising a safety issue through a text, and that went to Roe Walters?
Yes.
And then that was investigated. Then what occurred as a result of that, if anything?
It was investigated. I'm not sure. I
Okay.
do not recall.
Now, are you now aware there were 2 accidental discharges?
I found that out afterwards, yes.
When did you learn that?
Maybe 3 or 4 days after the incident.
Do you know whether there was any investigation after you learned of that second one?
Could you clarify?
Yes. Do you know whether there was any investigation done after you learned of the second accidental discharge? Did anybody look into it, to your knowledge?
I do not know.
Okay. Did you do anything personally once you learned about the second one? Did you do anything to investigate that?
everything was shut down at that point. Like, I found out through other attorneys asking me questions. This was not a set discovery or on-set discovery.
And I was wondering, because the discharges were the 16th, and yeah, I think you said 3 or 4 days later.
Sorry. The discharge that I was made aware of via Roe was the only one that I knew about during filming. The others I found out about 3 or 4 days after the 21st.
I see, okay.
Once everything had shut down and everybody was trying to figure out what was going on.
Okay.
That's when that came to my attention.
Okay. Now, with an accidental discharge like this, you have things called a production report, correct?
Correct.
And that is basically a daily log of what happened that day that might be important.
Mm-hmm.
And ma'am, would you expect that something like an accidental discharge would be put on a production report?
I would like it to be.
With regard to these, do you know if they made it onto a production report?
I do not recall.
Okay.
I would need to see the production reports.
Okay. But in any event, with regard to the second one, it doesn't sound like it made it on the report.
I was not aware of it, and I did read every production report.
Whose responsibility in the chain of command would it be to report those accidental discharges?
Anyone on set?
Would the first assistant director have responsibility? In terms of the production report?
So the AD team is responsible for the production report.
Okay.
Yes. If they were not made aware, I don't know how to answer that question.
Oh, okay. So they have to become aware of it.
Yes,
But
somebody would need to let them know in order.
Okay. And if they do become aware of it, do they have a duty then to?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Are you aware whether daily safety meetings were being conducted on set?
Safety meetings were being conducted. They were not every day. They were typically on the days where there was any type of bigger element, special effects, stunts, blanked days, etc.
Okay. And do you know, with regard to safety bulletins, whether those were being attached to the call sheets on a daily basis?
Some were, and some were not,
Okay.
which I found out days after the incident.
You also, during this time, had a COVID. This was October 2021.
Mm-hmm.
So did you have a COVID protocol?
We did.
And in general, was that pretty much what we all knew at the time, to limit contact, to wear a mask? I mean, what did that entail?
You're testing my memory. We tested. I cannot remember how often. Frequently. Everybody wore masks. We had hand sanitizer everywhere. Everything was wiped down. I think that was about it.
Okay. Did you know whether Ms. Gutierrez-Reed was vaccinated or not?
We did not ask for vaccination information from cast and crew.
Okay. And I guess in general, I take it that in general, you wouldn't want a lot of people in a small space if you could help it. Like if there's filming going on in a small building, that's kind of what the COVID protocol was at the time?
Yes. It was not often practical because filming takes place in small buildings. But
Sure. But to the extent possible, that was the goal?
yes, that was the goal.
Okay. Your Honor, ma'am, just a moment.
Ms. Pickle, do you recall the entire text communication that you had with Ms. Gutierrez regarding the training days?
I would need to review.
Would showing you
Yes.
the entire text thread refresh your memory?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to review pages 12,201 through 12,205.
Okay.
May I? I'm going to ask her some other questions about the thread.
Those are not admitted into evidence.
No, I know. I'm refreshing her memory. I just asked if she remembered the thread. She said no. I'm gonna refresh. May I? Do you know how to scroll through a Mac?
Yes.
I'm going to hand that to you. I want you to take your time. You're going to review 4 or 5 pages.
Okay.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to take that back as we go through these questions. If you need to see it again to refresh your memory, just let me know.
Okay.
May I?
Yeah.
Was your memory refreshed as to the date of the text exchange regarding the training days of Alec, Baldwin, and Brady? You want me to approach again?
Yes, I did not look at every single date. I'm sorry.
That's okay. May I? And again, ma'am, you are welcome to scroll through.
Do I need to look at every date and have?
I don't.
Okay.
Not necessarily.
These were on the 17th of October, 2021.
So on October 17th of 2021, did you tell Ms. Gutierrez that there would be no more training days?
Yes.
And do you recall the language of her response? Did Ms. Gutierrez respond to you and say, right on?
Yes.
If she's reading from a document not admitted in evidence.
Can I refresh your memory again?
Yes.
No, just don't read.
Okay.
Right.
Do you want me to ask the question again without reading it? Okay. Did Ms. Gutierrez respond to you and say, right on?
Yes, she did.
That's, no.
Oh, I thought that's,
No, just did she respond to you?
did she respond to you?
She did.
Well, now we've already done it, so just
Okay.
move on.
I want to move to strike that.
It's fine, I'll strike the answer, okay? The question and answer.
Ma'am, do you recall what Ms. Gutierrez's response was to you when you said no more training days?
Right on.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Did reviewing these messages refresh your memory as to whether or not you told Ms. Gutierrez that she would have 10 total armorer days?
Yes, it is confirmed in that text chain that we both knew that there were 10 armor days.
Not 8.
Not 8, 10.
Now, we understand that you, Rust Productions hired Ms. Gutierrez to be armorer and also prop assistant, correct?
Correct.
And did Ms. Gutierrez agree to take on both roles?
Yes.
Even though production stopped on October 21st, had this incident not occurred, production was going to continue, correct?
Yes.
For a couple more weeks, is that right?
Yes.
And was it within the discretion of Rust Productions to continue to increase armorer days if necessary throughout the course of the filming?
Yes.
So just because she was given 10 by October 21st, that doesn't mean that she was going to be limited to 10 for the duration of the filming.
Correct.
You indicated that you were the line producer on this set.
Yes.
Prior to October 21st of 2021, how many times had you been a line producer for a film?
I feel like I should have that memorized.
And you don't have to be exact.
I've been a line producer for more than a decade.
During that decade.
4 to 5 films a year.
Okay. So 40 to 50?
Yeah.
In those 40 to 50 films, can you estimate for us how many of those films had an armorer?
Five or six, to my recollection.
Okay. Are you yourself familiar with firearms and firearm training?
No.
So for the hour that you observed Ms. Gutierrez's firearm training, did you have any experience from which to compare it?
I have sat in on a couple of other trainings.
Okay. Did those trainings include the use of single action revolvers?
I don't know enough to answer that question.
Okay, fair enough. And you indicated on October 21st that there was a delay in filming because of replacing the camera crew, correct?
Correct.
And that filming was delayed for hours, right?
Yes.
And during those hours where filming was not occurring, was Ms. Gutierrez free to go inspect her dummy rounds and do any other work she needed to do?
Yes.
In terms of the accidental discharges, did Ms. Gutierrez bring them to your attention?
No.
Do you know whether Ms. Gutierrez brought the accidental discharges to the attention of anyone in production?
I do not have knowledge of that.
Could Ms. Gutierrez have reported the accidental discharges to production?
without me hearing about it?
No, just could she report it to anyone in production?
Yes.
Anyone on set could, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Looper did,
Yes.
correct?
Mm-hmm.
You were asked some questions about the COVID protocol on set. Did the COVID protocol require Ms. Gutierrez to leave the firearm in the church on October 21st and leave the church?
Your Honor, I don't object to speculation, lack of foundation.
If
I
you
have
know.
no knowledge. I can't answer that. I don't know.
Well, did you have knowledge of the COVID protocol for the set?
I had knowledge of the one-page document that we had of the basics. As far as what happened on set, that was really not my job.
Okay. The one-page document that you're talking about, did it indicate that the armor needed to be separated from the firearms?
It had no such specifics.
I don't have anything further, thank you.
This witness is excused, thank you. Counsel? Okay, so the next witness is gonna take, longer than the, the next 35 minutes, so to speak. So I think it's better that you all head out and we'll, approach this fresh in the morning. So, please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Please don't research, look on Google about the Rust matter or this case, and we will, avoid, the delays that have somewhat occurred from time to time. We'll try to get at a better clip here, okay? Thank you.
All rise.